there, but able to survive, able to make it here into that fourth zone.
Just a little bit here, kind of creeping around this area. They don't necessarily have the best loot, and you know, when you're holding one bandage in the inventory, that's how you know you're a little bit more on the shambles side, and especially, like you said, with this zone now pulling all the way across down to that side. You do still have Pollo here if they want to find that refresh, but it looks like they're just rearing and gearing up to go head to the zone. And honestly, that's a smart decision for a lot of these teams. One of those being Cool and Yumai right here as well. They're able to get on to pretty much the opposite end of the zone. They're able to get up onto that mountainous side, so they're able to take advantage of that little bit of high ground position.
Yumi and Cool barely above. This is where they start. This is where, as a player, you can feel the nervousness come in, if you will, right? 7 above, you realize, okay, I'm good, I'm there, but you got 29 below, right? You're almost there. Nice Elam from Raising Cars coming through. We'll put them above. That's what you want. You don't want to freak out. You don't want to start panicking because you got this, right? I mean, these players have played competitive Fortnite, some of them for four years with Epic Whale now, right? They know how to handle the situation, but you can tell when they get real close to Surge, zone's closing in, it starts to get to them.
Starts to get to them a little bit more, especially, I mean, you can't get rid of those butterflies, but once you let those butterflies start to turn into wolves in your stomach all of a sudden, then it starts to get dangerous, and you let fear start to creep in, and then that's where you really let your brain start to slip into the cracks of like, oh no, what's going on here? And you start to doubt yourself as far as knowledge goes, and Lux, though, above on that, or no, excuse me, never mind, he's below, 425, read that completely wrong. Lux, 425 below on the Storm Surge, as he, again, did let the wolves into his brain right now, and now he needs to find either some kind of damage or just pray that he has enough med mist to keep himself alive.
I mean, 130, it's enough, but I mean, they were the only person really getting hit by it. It should start to turn off once one more goes down. Salt level will fall there. I believe that is correct. Yes, as you see, it turns off. So they can survive, but Vex is putting down the damage, and it doesn't matter if you have that. Everybody knows that you have no shield. They're going to focus on you. But now, speaking of no shield, Vex has none. He has 100 or 280 HP worth of med mist sitting next to him and is in his inventory. But he's going to have to find those tags quickly. They don't find much, but they find more med mist. So, hey, it could work.
And this is the thing about the new Storm Surge intact. You have to be constantly looking for damage. Otherwise, you fall behind first and last there as Pollo goes down, or Pollo picks up the Elim down there onto Vex as well. Meanwhile, Ree, as a solo, picking up the elimination on Ray. So on a 32 HP run there on the right of your screen there, you see Ree on the run to try and get back into zone. Needs to find the time to pop the medkit, able to get one last mini off, but does have the 62 builds to be able to protect himself just a little bit more for the time being.
This is awkward. He's got a great angle here to rotate through, but Defiables and Cypher see him. I like the layer change, whether it be on purpose or accidental. But unfortunately, there's not much you can do when the entire lobby is looking right there. Batman, Booga, and Caleb sitting in 4th place. They've got a couple elims, but Caleb takes a big chunk of damage. Zone's pulling to the northeast this time around. Outside, getting an elim there. We do have the grapple glove in Batman Booga's inventory. I don't know about Caleb's, but they're in a great spot right now. What I'm concerned about is their builds.
Just a little bit, as they're pretty much halving from their potential at the moment. Especially seeing this team prioritize high ground whenever they have a little bit more of natural elevation into play, as Batman, Booga, and Co of Caleb, as they're going to be able to maybe find their lair. They started to bridge out the tarps. Meanwhile, Favsai is able to pick up those elims out there in the feed. So as Favs and Snacky continue to go on their race to rise to the top, they need to get above this hill. They do have the grapple gloves, however, to save themselves, get them a little bit more above, and they find themselves on a safe layer, at least for now.
Caleb, unfortunately, going to fall down there to Defiable. A lot of builds remaining here for Snacky. He's kind of leading the charge. Bars grapple gloving all the way to the other side of zone. What a smart play. Doesn't really have a lot to work with when it comes to Matt, so has to conserve all in wood as well. So that's where it's going to get awkward. Southside falling to Kripus there. Everybody's starting to fall very quickly there. Diego going down, Fico, Kika going down as well. Everybody playing a little bit slower in NA West than we would think. 30 players alive right now.
30 players alive, and now that means as everybody starts to fold down towards that lower ground spot, this is where builds start to become such a priority. And even with D-Wavy and Vanilla's up here on that high ground, they start to struggle a little bit more. Now, you have new players starting to take up an epic higher, really living up to his name right now as he goes up for that high ground layer. A new player starts to enter the fold, and Vanilla's dealing that big damage as well. Now, has to drop down because he has 0 materials, doesn't have any ground to really stand on. Meanwhile, Jeffers and X have found themselves above, but takes 50 fall damage. Jeffers needs to find his way, some way around, and with his teammate of X going down, has to drop down from literally opposite layers. Meanwhile, Snacky and Fab are looking towards that height.
Nice play for the high ground, but Snacky and Fab's trying to secure it. No, they're going to continue to play the second height from them, maybe more mid-ground as Vanellas does end up going down. Par's going down. Cool and Yumi somehow end up with a high ground there. Everybody went up. Only one remains up above. Jelty and Krizix going almost down to low ground, but they go all the way. Get the Elim there. Unfortunately, Krizix is going to fall. Jelty all by himself. Snacky still up. 10 builds remaining. Fast, not a lot of HP. Does pop. Flopper, it looks like shots coming through from Bacon. That's going to take him down. Snacky tries to make a play, but no! Not going to be able to do so. Yumi and Cool up above, trying to get the shots down, but everyone just falling down below. This is great for them. Bacon going to get eliminated by them. Nice Elam coming through. Defiable and Cypress still together. Zuki's all by themselves. We've got Zeno up above, up it as well. Cypress and Defiable. As I say that, Zeno's going to get some nice shots there onto Cypress. It does have about the most HP in their inventory we've seen almost all game at the end here. Zuki's one chug slash remaining. Can they make a play? Defiable going to go down. Cypress up. What can they do?
It's all down to how much breath you have in your lungs. The capacity is starting to run lower for many other teams, especially being pressed down here on that low ground layers. They have to move up. Defiable going down in that elimination feed. Meanwhile, Jeffers is trying to find that safe ground. Time to pop the heals is now. But for Source and Wale down here on low ground, they find that Elim onto Zuki's. Meanwhile, Jeffers here in the back end finds that pick. That's going to be Source fighting that elimination. New player comes around the side. Now they need to make their way up here as Yumi and Cool have taken over height. Cypress tries to stay alive with that Memis in the backside as well. Meanwhile, Source and Wale need to find their way up right now. And Cool and Yumi need to find their way of materials. They don't have any left. One build in the inventory for Yumi. They're looking to take the shots. Wale hits a big beam. Source only has a little bit left, but shots coming around the side. And Cool and Yumi pick up the game number 1 VR.
Great plays all around, but eventually, when you run out of builds on low ground and high ground still is in zone, not much you can really do. They tried their best, but ultimately fell a little bit short. But hey, second place for Source and Wale looking good, but Cool and Yumi held that high ground well once the chaotic push happened to high ground. But I'm sure, Lash, there's a lot that we missed there. So we're going to have to throw it on over to Apple, to Ben K, and to Panda to break.
Thank you guys so much for breaking down game number 1, and what an incredible game number 1 it was. Man, listen, Wale and Source, it was looking good for them, but unfortunately, Wale, he exchanged quite a bit of damage, to be fair. But unfortunately, as soon as he went down, Source left by himself, 1v2 situation from the low ground, no builds. It's tough for anybody to be able to handle. So a great way to finish and a great way to start the competition, to be honest. That's going to be a huge momentum shift for them going into these. But Ben, what are you thinking, man? How are you liking the way this is looking?
I'm liking it just because of the unpredictability. A lot of the teams we talked about during the pre-show and a lot of the predictions that we talked about really didn't show out too much in game number 1. However, it is still first of 12, with this being day 1 of the finals, so there's plenty of time to adjust and get used to things. However, game number 1 so far, not a ton of front runners that we would expect to see. Granted, there's a lot of OG duos, players we talked about in the past, but not really some of those players that we kind of predicted to be within that top 3, with Fabs and Snacky just falling outside of that top 5 going down. You're going to be placing somewhere around 7th place that game. So, I mean, it's looking interesting. I always love to see this. When you see the leaderboard jumbled up and it's not as predictable, that's really what you love to see out of an FNCS finals.
Yeah, and sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm getting word. Leaderboard's ready. Apples, break it all down for us.
All right, so we can see right here, Cool and Yumi.
but they come out on top in the last FNCS and making that a three-peat there for them. But now here it is. They're doing it again. You saw them in seventh place there on the leaderboard, meaning that they're willing to be consistent. They're staying close here, despite all of us thinking otherwise. And honestly, there's a big gap there. We talked about that gap in Epic Whale and Reed. Ben's prediction, not necessarily there. Let's bring up the drop map real quick because I want to see what's going on here. I want to see where people are finding success or maybe some other teams are struggling because it really boils down to how successful you are in the beginning of the game.
100%. Success from the beginning of the game is really what's going to cut it. I mean, you're talking about off spawn. We broke down a few of those off spawn fights initially at the beginning of the broadcast, and you have to look at it, right? I mean, off spawn engagements are what's going to dictate your mentality, your pace of game for the rest of that round. So if you're having to invest all of those materials, all of your heals that you're getting off spawn, you're not going to be in a great spot to carry you through. However, I mean, we talk about Reet, Epic Whale, Fabs, and Snacky. They have that championship mentality. They know what it takes to pull out a win. So these two duos just have to execute. And Fabs and Snacky, I mean, granted, game number one, bit of a gap there with 42 points being around what you need to be within that top three. So having a big chunk of points under your belt already, regardless of your performance, is going to be good. I'm sure they're not happy with the way that first game turned out, regardless of it being a top 10 finish. But still, I mean, them being able to source out 37 points in game number one, is that gap going to be gone? You can carry them through, and they can kind of adjust their mentality just slightly and push them back into that top three, which if there's going to be a duo to do it, it's going to be them.
Yeah, I can definitely see it. Now, listen, Apples, right? I've seen you had a lot of experience here in the collegiate space, now here in the finals, right? And focus here specifically on NA West. You had your prediction in On1 and Baka. Do you still want to hold on to that prediction? We're giving you a little grace period here. First,
you're going to let her change?
Listen, I'm just saying grace period. I'm not saying.
All right.
Listen, sometimes, Ben, we have to be working together here, helping people out. And listen, I'm just saying, Apples, On1 Baka, that's been a pick for Lash quite a bit through all these weeks. Not necessarily finding a lot of success here in game one.
You know what? I'm gonna keep with it. I'm getting word here that Yumi and Cool landed uncontested in the island. So, I mean, that's exactly what Baka and On1 are doing. So, I have faith in them. I trust them. I feel like they're still gonna come through. And I mean, they've also been playing a whole lot of cash cups in the break between semi and finals. So I feel like they've been just warming up. Maybe they're just a little bit nervous. It's the first game of the grand finals. There's a lot of money on the line. So I do have faith in them that they're going to be able to warm up into these next couple games that we're watching here.
I mean, you're absolutely right. Hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line here for these people. Now, listen, quickly, Ben, Apples. The question is, where is this zone going to pull next? Ben, north, south, east, west, where's it going?
You always got to give me the zone predictions, right?
I got to.
I'm thinking it's going to be a mountain zone. Looking on that north side up near the Rave Cave, I feel like we're going to have some interesting mountain zones. At least through moving zones, we're going to see it pull up that direction. It's what I'd like to see and what I think is going to happen.
Okay, Apples?
I'm going to stick with a Chonkers Speedway. I feel like that would be so interesting. I love seeing end games in Chonkers. I'm sticking with it. I believe in it. And, I mean, it's just fun to watch. And like I've said before, we can just vibe there.
Just vibe there. But listen, it's time. It's about time to dive into game number 2 here from the Battle Bus. But who better to bring you into this game than Clay and Lash? Boys, take it away.
Everybody seems to be talking about a gap, but it's game number 1. It's game number 2 now that we're going to hop in here soon. So, honestly, I don't think the gap matters right now. I know it's going to, I'm going to say it. People are going to be like, whoa, what? It's game number 1, just finished. These players, they know how to come back. They know how to get these points when it matters the most. Now, if it's a team like Snacky and Favs getting that big of a lead in game number 1, I'd be a little bit more concerned because once they get a lead, they run with it very, very well, Lash.
That's so true. I mean, when you let the big dogs get the lead, not only do they run faster, they jump higher around that area, and they're able to just jump over sites that you can't even imagine once you give them that boost. So for a lot of these teams right now, when they have the lead, better keep the lead because you do not want the big dogs taking over.
For some of them, it's going to be their first time up there at the first place spot in the lead as well. So the pressure could get there. I'm hoping it doesn't. I'm hoping we see some new new teams get into that top 5. I know Yumi and Cool, I think that their average top is about 8th and 6th place overall in FNCS finals. So I'm excited to see how they place in game number 2, if they come out with another victory royale or not, or if they fall a little bit too early because they're getting a little over aggressive.
Can't get over aggressive around here, and that is straight up facts around here as we tune in with Apple's original prediction that she's staying with of Vaca and On1 as they're notice instantly going for those grapple gloves. They know the importance of rotation as we shift on over to the off-spawn battles at Greasy Grove as Diego and Crypass are looking winning-ish right now as they've already taken down a knock on Kevin so far, and now they're looking to finish it out on the final player.
Ooh, Kevin and Yasir. I know there was a lot of hopes coming into FNCS for them, but sometimes when you get contested and it's not where you would think you get contested, it just is unfortunate. And hey, when Diego lands on a striker burst assault and you don't land on anything, there's really nothing you could do.
Yeah, nothing you could do around that area, especially when they got the weaponized first, and then they're just able to just key it on through, and then you're just out left in the dust, and you're like, wait, I got nowhere to go. Kind of mess up that drop maybe a little bit, or kind of land in a little bit more of a shamble spot, and then you're left out in the open for free bait. But as we shift on over to the Sanctuary here, this is a little bit different storyline that we have seen over game number 1, as I think these teams, wait a minute, never mind, I spoke too soon. They're going for the exact same strategy here.
Oh, they are indeed. Remy, ooh, I was going to say has to wait. I'm glad they didn't take that shot there because they don't have anything to really follow it up with. They're going to be put in an awkward spot here once this team does come out of that little hut there, if you will. But they don't go towards them. They go to the north, and for Remy, that's going to be great. They really have to be careful here. They're going to be seen. Shots come through. It's a great connecting shot on Kona, but when it's a 2v1, you don't have any builds, any HP, you can't get out. So GG to them. Great play from Remy, but just not going to be enough.
Just unfortunate there, especially with one less teammate than you're usually used to there. And then it was just all fair game, all fair play. Who's got the biggest, I guess, surprise advantage? It wasn't necessarily so much of a surprise, but more so of a numbers kind of tactic. They were able to take more so of a leverage in as far as positioning goes, and they brought the battle to them. And now here at Tilted Towers, it stayed quite, I guess, civilianized at the moment. None of these teams have been fighting as one takes north, one takes south, and they're all into each other. Meanwhile, it's a complete and opposite story here at the Daily Bugle as they're all up and close.
Now, can Dragon at least turn it around this time, right? That's the question. We saw them game number 1 get eliminated, and that team ended up getting 2nd place overall. If they could take them out, this would essentially be what I was talking about, players being over-aggressive, and Eli's going to go in. Doesn't have the shot to connect, but he does have the SMG spray. That's beautiful there. Dragon going to be right there with them. Elise has the chance to back on out. Dragon again, bait and switch. Cypress is going to get aggressive, is going to get Dragon there, is going to get both of them. 2v1s.
Just amazing. Just shots coming in there from Cypress, even hitting the crouch. He's like, yes, I won that battle. You know the vibes. We are the first place team, and we're going to hold on. And like we had talked about before we hopped into this game, is these players know that since they have the lead, they need to hold on to this position right now, or otherwise they can lose it mighty quick. And especially with how close it is right now, it's between a 3-point differential heading into this game right now, as they're all of a sudden just feeling that heat behind them, underneath them. And now they're rising to the occasion with the heat. And now they just need to stay above so that way they don't get burned.
And I thought that the Fireball and Cypress were really going to fall there. That was such a beautiful play. I know we're kind of moving on from it. Perspective-wise, we just got to talk about that. A 2v1 in that scenario is usually something we see a team go down to, but what a great play. Snacky and Fabs chilling, looking good there at the middle of the map. Like, serving them well. Notch and Zeno, who, we saw perform okay, not to the best of their standards, but again, placement points matter a lot, and they had a good amount of them there. Landing Rocky Reels, they have a team nearby in a bush. What are the odds they get ambushed here? And as I say that, they're going to go for the ambush.
Oh no, Taltai and Beast realizing the threat is open and they want to take the shots here as they've taken over height over one. Notch down left below. Does have the zip line, however. And now a new team also creeping around the side where Kinzo and Nico also lurking around, and Taltai and Beast just trying to take the correct angles, the correct benefactors as well. And notice how they're covering themselves up here so that way they don't get lasered. Meanwhile, the one team who did leave themselves open was Notch and Zeno there, and now they're getting flat out lasered, basically for the dude here, essentially because of the third party entering the fold.
That is unfortunate. This is where, statistically, a team that does well in one game ends up going down the next game, especially these first ones, right? You place in that top 1-2 spot. I can't remember the exact stat right now, but it's just statistically likely that you place in the top 16 to 23rd. Even going down ahead of that, that's not where you want to be. But for Taltai and these two veterans of NA West, that's great. This is what they need to get their rhythm going into these games. Kenzo and Nico want to get involved, but they don't know. It doesn't seem like they know if they should. I don't know exactly where this team is. They don't know how healthy they are. And with how quickly Nova or Beast and Taltai turn that on to them, I don't know if Nico and Kenzo want to fight them.
Yeah, no, they are out of here. They don't necessarily want to completely abandon this fight quite yet, but they want to be able to take over that high ground. Take over the quick replay of how Greasy Grove battles kind of evened out. Diego and Crypass were able to take over a 2-0 lead so far here in game number 2 over at the Greasy Grove. And honestly, I do want to shift on to the point of one thing I kind of thought about and kind of moved in before we headed in here to day number 1 is that veteranship matters more so than ever here in this FNCS. Just by the matter of fact of how many teams are participating that are new duos heading into the season, and where if you have stuck with your duo in this season, you are going to be able to have a much higher probability of being able to thrive in the season.
That's just all about the synergy, right? I mean, that's why Epic Whale and Arkram played so well together for so long. They knew how each other operated without having to know, without having to speak. They knew what to do in every situation. Reed and Epic Whale hope to build that same level. And looking at their inventory, they're in a great spot, but it doesn't seem like they have the synergy they need to have right now. And you can see based on how split they were when the Epic Whale did go down that first time, it just looked like they weren't on the same page.
100%. It was kind of just looking a little bit off kilter. It was like when you look at a painting on a wall and you kind of see it a little bit off, you don't necessarily know what's quite wrong with it, and then you try and take that leveler out to it, and then you're like, oh, that degree thus that degree is a little bit off, and then you kind of fix it a little bit. So I think that's exactly what Epic Whale and Reed kind of need to do. They need to take the leveler and fix their measurements a bit on the ceiling wall. And honestly, for them, I believe they're going to be able to do it. You kind of mentioned to it and kind of looked to it like, all right, Epic Whale historically does not start off very fast, so they have time to be able to recuperate it back up.
First place for Cypress and Defiable, rather. I'm adding all Z's everywhere today. And I'll be surprised if they go for this more than just Storm Surge tags and rotation. But if Cypress and Defiable win, I think it's going to surprise everyone. And you know what's surprising everyone right now, Lash? That zone's pretty much the same.
True. It is appearing to be looking like a mirror zone type beat around this area. And now it's like, all right, we've been here before. We were legit here less than 20 minutes ago, and now this is their point in time of like, all right, now we get to develop our strategy. We get to see here Cool and Yumi of how exactly they were able to kind of get their strategy going here as they get up here and measure up towards the top of the foundation statue and get their Storm Surge tags. We saw this a lot during the qualifiers come into play as well. So they kind of took the page from that, brought it here, and it's working out pretty successfully.
We saw Batman, Booga, and Caleb. A team that, again, I mean, you can say this about so many teams in NA West. I feel like all over Fortnite right now. there's so many teams that have a high expectations coming in, whether they played well in the qualifiers, they auto qualified, or they played just ridiculously well in the semis. But this is definitely a team that NA West has a lot of pressure on them, just from the community alone to do very well. And I think they have the opportunity to, but can they execute on that is what we're looking at. Is Wale and Source able to stick up past that, initial first game? They are landing uncontested, but with that comes Storm Surge issues, which we'll be seeing here momentarily. The question is, do they have the tags? If not, they have the strategy to get them. It's looking a little bit porta-forty here.
Yeah, just a bit. It's kind of ironic how they've built this up around it. It definitely is looking a little bit porta-forty. They're like, all right, we can't get a porta-forty around in-game as an item. All right, let's build our own one. And then, I don't know, maybe it's a little bit more of a strategy to save less materials. Not necessarily how that exactly works. But now Storm Surge has arisen upon the island, and now teams are going to be constantly looking for these tags. We saw this become a huge issue last game for so many teams, where we just saw the dwindlance of so many players, where they pretty much fell into a position where they got too comfortable and then they let their guard down.
You can't do that in the finals. You cannot let your guard down at all. As Wale, I talked about having a plan for storage, they're just going to straight up get an elim there. Azuki's and Bacon are using these shield kegs well. They're over peaking while it's healing him. That's how you have to use them when it comes to competitive Fortnite. You don't really have time for a late game to be thrown down, so might as well get your tags of Surge and trade tags with everybody else. Well, you can just heal up and they can't. And for them, it costs more than a shield keg, more than one inventory slot there. It's a big shield. It's minis. It's chug splashes. It's more impactful.
1,000%. If you let those more impactful items start to fall, and then you really pretty much let yourself almost fall into a pit of low-level despair as far as gameplay goes, because then you allow other teams to see the kind of tremblingness you start to slip on. Meanwhile, On1 and Baka able to find another elim here. That's going to be 2 on the board as they find that elim onto Keto. So, speaking of Storm Surge, even finding those elims, they're still only 100 damage above, so not getting too much damage in that fight to be able to get them too much over the threshold here. But for now, it's going to be able to keep themselves at least somewhat safe, as they have a little bit of a high ground layer, but with the zone pulling, I don't think they're going to be able to keep it long.
I don't think they're going to either. The zone pulls all the way to the north. It seems like in NA West, we're changing it up. The status quo is a little bit different as Crow. Going to get taken down pretty low there. A very aggressive peak, but it seems like they need Surge as well as Friere, and Seer needing it. Shots coming through. That's going to be Crow going down. Seer will get him. It's a nice set of damage coming through, but can they find the other 140R? Going to go down. That's just going to be a knock, maybe able to get him back up. It looks like up above, player continuing to get hit by Surge. Kaz will fall. 40R will fall. Russo will fall as well. So many players getting even by Surge, and it's this new Surge is Squishy, unfortunately, going to go down there. Not to Seer or Krugier. It seems like they'll solo from them, but they'll reap the benefits. But so many players not used to the Surge quite yet.
Yeah, they're really paying the punishment for not necessarily hitting around the beat, around this drum, as the line is starting to beat faster than you can even handle, and you're starting to fall back against the line of where everybody and everything, the traffic is just going by you, and you're just getting ran over by this Storm Surge, and even by players that are getting a little bit more aggressive, that have put in that practice to really be prepared for this Storm Surge as well. Meanwhile, our game number 1 winners of Yumi and Co. pick up another elim, while Lameo goes down in the feed to the hands of Caesar. Viable Cypher still able to there to knock on the door as well. They have 3 elims already, and they are really searching for more.
Woo! They want it. You can tell. You can feel it. They don't want to let that lead slip away. We talked about it last year. If you let that lead start to go over to the old guard of Fortnite, you're not going to get it back. And the Viable and Cypress don't want that at all. Let's get a replay. On1 and Baka. Apple's pick here to do very well. End up getting an elim there. Working very well together. That's going to be them taking down Quito there. So Surge and the rewards from that. But talked about Wale and Source. You talked about them not having the high ground for much longer. I don't think they're going to have the heals for much longer.
Yeah, no, not one bit here, and especially being in 4th place right now, they need to be ultra careful around the side, literally taking out any peak that they can possibly find without overpeaking themselves, because if they overpeak themselves with how low they are going to get seeked out and just blamed from anybody that tries to take a little bit of an overhaul of a peak there, and then they're just going to be like, all right, you know what, we're going to steal your loot, take high ground, give us that free position. You can't let that go, especially if you're Wale and Source in that position. Meanwhile, we swap over to Mecton and Winston, pretty much on the opposite side. They are a little bit below on Storm Surge, but it's at a manageable amount at the moment, as it's swapped on over to that 2nd level of Storm Surge. This count needs to drop down to 54 for these players to truly be at least somewhat safe from any kind of damage. Meanwhile, Mecton and Winston are kind of struggling to find these tags.
33 below, and it's only going to start to drop. They know the teams below them are going to start to fight back and forth. Can they capitalize on that? Is Kenzo and Nico only 17 above? They're going to have to try to find these tags, but the teams that seem to let them. The school will fall. Surge is kind of the story of this season, right? Everybody's playing around it, trying to figure out how it works, and it's going to activate onto Nico and Kenzo. And if I'm them, if they don't have the ability to get tags quickly, they do get above. And as I say that, nice beams from Nico going to come through. That's going to be a knock on the Moose. Smitty on the other side. They're above. I was going to say, you kind of just have to wait and play points denial, but they're going to go aggressive on the Midi and Moose. And another team doing the same as well. They have to be very careful here.
They know they have to get this Elam if they want to be able to pick up on that knock, but Moose able to get revived here as they kind of aggress that just to get a little bit better of a position into zone to possibly maybe get a couple more tags here. But I think it's going to actually put them in even further of a shambles position, especially with teams on your back trying to get in as well. Meanwhile, that Mambuga in the elimination feed going down. So already big names, big teams going down that did successful in game number 1. So the storyline starting to develop more and more. Nico tries to go for that tag over here, tries to look for that Storm Surge, got a little bit too over-aggressive, and it's now the point of no return where they needed to find those shots, or otherwise they end up slipping, falling even more. Meanwhile, Crypass still in this kind of similar position. Kenzo did end up finding the Elam, but got picked up by Caesar here.
Nice Elam from Crypass on the move. Who's just gonna get caught lacking there as Crypass gonna take down Midi as well, trying to pick him up, and Crypass said no thank you. Elam's come through. That's gonna be 5 for the team. What a great play. That's gonna keep them up as a solo further into this game. And as I say that, teams inside the zone already looking. They know, hey, we just have those Elams come through. We know where to look. Crypass only has 1 mini for heals, and it is gone. What are they going to do about finding any more?
Yeah, this is a tough spot for Crypass, and you can literally see all of the players there just pretty much playing the ring of this zone right now. They don't necessarily want to go too far in, or otherwise they end up going focused at that point. Meanwhile, Pars and Rays able to pick up more Elams in the feed as well, and even bigger names start to enter the fold, newer names start to enter the fold as well here, as after kind of a lackluster game number 1, they want to be able to pick themselves back up and get themselves into contention, and you can see already shots being just rained out, followed through in all of these teams, and now they're pretty much fighting between, all right, how well can we put ourselves as far as positioning goes, and then continue to file through this amount of damage and these amount of Elams, because even still, Storm Surge can still be an issue.
You can, but the Pars and Rays, they're chilling. Looks like this Elam that they grabbed right inside the zone. They've got floppers, all the extra mats. Everyone's going to be coming to them. They should be good. We go over to Taotai and Beast, who look like they've had a struggle since that early game Elam, and Beast is rotate going to be predicted. They're below Surge as well. This is where that struggle could come in. And Taotai just going to be on the most awkward side of that wall. Underneath a ramp in a wall where you can't really move that much. Not where you want to be.
Yeah, not at all where you want to be, especially around this area where you are being completely focused. You don't want to let the environment start to push you around. You can't let the environment really dictate where you want to go, but at a certain point, you have to let this area start to build in your own favor as they're just trying to find a way without utilizing too many builds, and Taotai needs to be careful. He's playing with fire, down to 13 HP, especially being on the brink of zone, and especially with 0 HP heals right now. So their game right now is basically treading against the line of fire.
Kona gonna go down to Punisher, and I talked about them being a sleeper team. Let's keep our eyes on them. It's K-Nux and Chris, who didn't have the best start coming into this game, 21st overall now. Look to make a play. They don't have a lot to make plays with, but they're K-Nux and Chris. They've been to FNCS finals multiple times. K-Nux around for so long. Can they capitalize on these plays? Defiable and Cypress look to go for the high ground here. And this may be it. This may be where they take it over and take the game over. They'll put it in their own hands, but no, the high ground team is going to deny that. They say no. So they're going to have to settle for second height.
Yeah, that was a big baller play that just didn't work out around there as they tried to go for it a little bit too early. And Epic Hire, one of the teams that tried to go for high ground there in game number 1 in those final moments and didn't necessarily come out successful, is now still there up there fighting. In the meanwhile, we have Snacky picking up another elim in the feed. So Snacky and Fabs are playing this game for the win right now. They don't want any less at the moment as they are just continuing to tread more and more. Meanwhile, Reet and Epic Whale here. Hold up, wait a minute. They're going up for the height.
They are. It looks like it. Well, they're going to take it. Epic Whale on high ground is going to be scary. Beast going to lose outside there, but has a grapple glove and an armored wall just to protect them from anybody coming through. But what they don't have is Storm Surge damage. They are pretty low on that leaderboard of Surge. Jeffers is going to go down. Vanellis picking him up. That's going to be Wavy Jake and company making the play. Is Epic High are going to maintain the high ground there. Reed and Whale look to make the low ground rotation all the way through to 5-1. Cypress playing ultimate low. High ground looking good. We see the fireworks in the background kind of signifying high ground may be the one to win. With low ground teams like Snacky Fabs, Defiable Cypress, and Epic Whale Reed still up, I don't know if high ground can maintain.
I don't know if they're going to be able to maintain it as well, but Snacky and Fabs are still lurking there as well, but they need to take over this mid-ground layer. At the same time, they find the knock as well. So for Snacky and Fabs, at the moment, able to take over mid for the time being, but shots denied in the back end. That's going to be Snacky going down. Fabs trying to find his way to solo clutch up as well. Taking shots back up to the front side. Needs to find the heals, the kind of opportunity, but with only one build. This is where Fabs finds his struggle, but we have first place of Cyphers and Defiable taking control of the low ground.
The question is, can they continue to go through? As fast as going to go down into zone. That's going to be it. That's them. Rays and Pars look to play spoiler on the low ground. They're 7th place overall. This could be great. That's Briere going to be going to take down the pass on the other side. Breet and Epic Well right above. This is where we want to see him. A decent amount of match remaining, but Epic higher up above, getting the shots out, looking to take high ground. No. He's looking to pressure him off. Punisher going to go down. Bacon will fall now as well. Landruck, the only one there. On one, and Baka showing apples. They may have a great prediction here as Landruck, again, solo, no builds remaining. 89 HP. Not really a lot to work with here in these final moments. Bobby Brown and Epic High are continuing to put the pressure on down. Cypress and Defiable to find an elimination on the Landruck. That's going to give them enough mats to keep going on the low ground. Briere going down to Cypress. That's going to be another Elam 7. Now for them, the lead keeps building as Epic Whale and Reed look to take them down. They take down one. Can they find the other? Defiable. Pastors trying to clutch up, and Parson Rays on the other side. Where can they go? Can they go up? Yes, they can, but no. The cone going to block them off. Pars and Rays going to be able to do it. And now 2v2v2v2. What can Epic Whale and Reed do? They're going to take the high ground here. Lash, they want it all for themselves. They said we may have not had a great game 1, but we want to finish it out in game number 2 and claim our spot back on the top of the leaderboard. But on one end, Baka seems to deny that right now.
They want to take it out with style, but Epic Whale's got to be careful down there on low. Get taken out. And Pars and Rays looking to hold on to their own ground at the moment. Now they're treading lightly around their own ground. Meanwhile, Reet right in front of them, sneaky around the cone. And you got to be careful with Reet. He knows how to hit his one pumps, but on one. And Baka taking over height with very few builds. Nah, call it 0 at the moment. It's flatlined down to nothing. Meanwhile, Reet does still have that opportunity. Tries to take the side peek, gets big damage around the side. But now Pars and Rays need to be careful around this right side. Reet trying to get into the box, into the fire. But now, as he gets in, Pars needs to hit that final shot, gets the knockdown, the full elimination. And now, he's on the search, in the run for glory. But he gets surprised by on one. And Baka pushed the fight for the Victory Royale in game number 2.
Hey, and Panda may have been wrong offering Apple a chance to switch their prediction because they came out swinging. They say, no, no, no. There's a reason that she picked us, and we are going to show you why.
Just a big run from the high ground there from On1 and Baka. Be able to take the race, the run from height, drop in, get the free surprise attack onto them as they take home the VR there in game number 2. And you're exactly right. They were like, all right, Apples, you know what? We're going to show you. Don't swap from us. We got you.
Had some great plays all around. Fireball and Cypress went down with a lot of eliminations. So how is that going to affect the leaderboard? Let's actually throw it over to Apples, Ben K, and Panda to check it out.
Thank you so much, Clay and Lash. And look, I know Apples is excited. On1 Baka doing an incredible job there. And listen, deserving. That was played to perfection. You had two of the best teams on NA West down below, and you just played that so methodically, or they played it so methodically, that it was a no-brainer for them to walk away in the first spot. But, Ben, man, where's your prediction? Finally getting the top 3 there, but I don't know, man. It's not quite as dominant as I expected.
Hey, it's still early, all right? It's still early. We've got 12 games, 2 down, still pulling out a top 3. Very solid showing, but they're going to have to kick it into gear if they want to pull it through. But, man, I did want to touch on that end game was so stacked. Absolutely nuts. We saw Reed and Epic, On1 and Baka, Pars and Rays, all in that top 3. An absolutely crazy ending. An absolutely crazy leaderboard with the Fireball and Cyphers pushing themselves into that first place position.
Yeah,
exactly.
They're doing big things here. No Apples. Break it down because this leaderboard is stacked here in the top 10.
Oh, yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about my pick here. Baka and On1 were able to move up 19 places up into the top 10 spot. And also, Defiable and Cyphers are still in first place at this point. And honestly, I feel the top 10 at this point is going to get a little bit more dicier as more teams, more players get a little bit warmed up. We're getting to that third game, and everyone's just ready to pop off. I mean, Baka and On1, they had 2 eliminations by the third zone, which is completely different than their first game. I mean, I'm very proud of myself. I'm just going to say I wasn't going to switch my pick, and I think I stuck by my team. And, you know, guys, thank you for making me look good on stream.
Listen, I mean, literally pat yourself on the back because you had the opportunity to change, right? After that game 1 performance, and sure enough, you did. And now your pick is ahead of Ben K picks. A lot of the other people on the broadcast, I'm not going to say specific names, but everybody picking Epic Whale and Reed, they're actually in 13th place right now. So while that was a top 3 performance for them, not as dominant in eliminations, and then something must have happened in that game 1 that we just didn't get a chance to see that has led them to kind of be held back a bit here on the leaderboard. Now, one thing I'm curious of is how do players as dominant as Reed and Epic Whale clear their mental and stay focused to being the best players that they can be? What do you think, Ben? Because you were a pro. I'm just saying.
Whatever you want to define as a pro, but sure. I mean, granted, have some experience within the competitive space, but I'm no champion. I mean, I don't think anyone here. I mean, we can only imagine what a championship mindset is like for these two. What it actually truly takes to win an FNCS. You have to be the best of the best of the best, and it's just something you can only imagine. I mean, granted, Epic Whale has so much experience, been around for so long. If there's anybody that's going to be able to pull their teammates together, rally, and be able to make that adjustment, it's going to be Epic Whale. But I mean, you have a rough 2 games. It's okay. You've got 12 in total. You just have to relax. You got to make the small adjustments, analyze, and decide what you did wrong. Maybe take a look at the VODs. Maybe you've got a coach or a friend who's watching the FNCS and watching these games closely. Shoot him a DM. Say, hey, don't know if you got to see our games at all. What are we doing? What can we change? Anything you notice that we don't know already. I mean, whatever you can do, bring in that information, take in as much as possible, and try and adjust. Because if you're looking at these two, they're about as close to perfect as you could get. So these changes are going to be small. They just have to go in there and find them.
Yeah, they definitely do. Listen, I want to thank everybody here. Thank, obviously, Apples hopping on for the first time here. Ben Gay, obviously, a returning face. But I also want to thank chat. We got Vanks F in the chat. I see you guys. I see Sif. I see War in the chat. Will from Maryland. What's up, Will from Maryland? Hope you're doing well. Listen, super excited to have all of you here. Ben Penn in the chat at NA West notable name there, so thank you for stopping through. Oh, Connor, of course. Listen, Connor, if you don't know, guys, Connor predicted Landjock and Punisher. He told me only to talk about them if they won that game. But I have faith, buddy. Don't worry. They can come back. I promise, man. But I think it's about time here. We got to throw it over to our casters and let them break down some final thoughts before we get into game number 2. Lash, Clay.
Yeah, we're about to hop into game number 3. And my final thoughts on that is, where is Snacky and Fats? You know, we've seen them do it well, right? But they're just not playing the same FNCS we've seen them do in the past. So what are they doing? What's different? What is not going right for them? I hope we can answer these questions for you. If you're just joining us, welcome. My name is Clay Sailing. This is Lash right next to me. Appreciate y'all being here. Make sure you wish Panda a happy birthday in the chat. And thank you for hanging out with us. But Lash, I'm going to ask you a question. We haven't asked you, where do you think the zone is going to pull?
That's a really good question. And you know what? I'm a big rave cave. I'm a big mountainous type beat guy. I love seeing the chaos. So I'm going all the way rave cave type beat.
Okay, Rave Cave. I'm going to say we're going Sanctuary again. We've gone there twice, essentially. So we're not picking a third time for game number 3. Good things happen in 3, right? That's like the saying, I think. But no, almost into the halfway point of the game. This is where the leaderboard will start to matter a little bit more, because once you get into game 4, game 5, game 6, you want to start to be in that top 10. If you're out of the top 10, it's going to be that much harder than day number 2. So, mind you, it's a 2-day format. We've got 6 more games tomorrow, so if you're just joining us, don't worry. We got a lot more Fortnite to play.
Bunch more Fortnite up in arms and ready into the fold. And now these teams are kind of preparing right now, because from what we saw for those leaderboards, some of the newer teams are still up there at the top for their sort of first times, as you kind of explained earlier. Now, can they continue to hold on to that marker?
I don't know. We're going to find out right here in game number 3. Hopping over to Sleepy Sound. Us going from north to south. Got 2 different amazing POIs to take our look at here. Not sure we're having a session over there at Logjam Lotus, but Sleepy might be as we can see. Yep, 2 teams nearby. Angel letting on the other side, looking to get some tags, but honestly, getting an uncontested Sleepy Sound might do well for Nitrix and Blizzy. They're able to just get it together in these mid to late games.
Definitely, especially having this uncontested sort of south side at the moment. And for Nitrix and Blizzy, they have been known to push up towards that north side from time to time, but they've been able to push themselves to a good spot so far throughout the leaderboard. Nothing too crazy, though. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see this team at this sort of entering into that kind of halfway point. All right, exactly initiating what kind of change that they could be making around that sort of side. And honestly, wouldn't be too surprised to see that kind of violation kind of go around. They'd be like, all right, you know what? It's time to push around that battle. We're even seeing players that were once originally uncontested, like Nico in the feed, now picking up Elims as well.
Elims coming through, an epic whale on the other side of this lake. Looking to get some tags on the Snacky and Pavs. And they've been going back and forth this entire season here at this BOI, so they know how each other fights. And Reed's honestly just trying to bait out shots and get some early storm search tags in. So hopefully for them, they're able to continue to do what they did last game and get into that top 10. Honestly, if they had taken high ground, they'd win the game there. It's one of those things where if you can put Epic Whale on high ground with anybody, he's going to do well.
Yeah, we saw that a lot in qualifier number 1 as well, when they had hit that qualification in that position as well, where they were just like, all right, high ground, you got it. That is our position to take over at that point. And they were able to win it off every single time, basically, at that moment. And as we take over to Greasy Grove, this is the first time here today where we see these teams kind of playing a little bit more stalemated, back and forth, not going at each other instantly off spawn.
And what will this do for the other team, for Evil and Kevin? What will happen for them? Because again, 33rd place coming in now that they can get out of spawn, what can they do? Loose and midi. We're seeing get out of spawn, but unfortunately go down both times early in the mid game, even into the early end game there, if you will. I'm expecting them to change something up. I'm expecting them to be a little bit more aggressive on their surge tags and a little bit more aggressive on their positioning. And zone's pulling to the north, so looks like these players who have statistically this season had to go to the south for their zones have to switch up their drops or their rotations rather.
Yeah, they got to make sure they're prepared, and even kind of like how Ben had mentioned there just before game on the desk, where you got to be able to make sure you call in maybe a couple refugees where you're able to, like, all right, we gotta have our coach here. We got to make sure we have everything in our arsenal so that way we are able to be prepared, especially heading into this weekend as well, making sure you are the most prepared around here as well, as you can't be lollygagging here in finals. You got to make sure you are ready to take home that prize pool, that ranking up into the top, because I mentioned it in game number 1. Not only are you playing for this FNCS, but also the chance to qualify for the FNCS Invitational in November. So, massive placements on the line, and you can truly keep yourself in that top spot, you can have that chance as well.
It's a good one to mention. A lot of people not knowing that Invitational is going to be an in-person event. Fortnite's going back to him as Mechton unfortunately going to fall down to Angel. And we saw that Angel was landing up near Shifty and up near Sleepy. So a push coming through. Jelty and Krizik 15th place. So not too bad for their first set of game. What I want to see from them is just the consistency that they can put forward that we know. And we're going to get that replay coming through of Rays and Pars. They're going to be the one claiming the vault over here at the Rave Cave. And looks like Pars may be able to find some stuff on the other side. But no limos yet, just showing us how we got to this position and how they got the loot they did. Because, it's a pretty good loadout right there.
They are stacked out of their minds right now. Only thing you could have better is maybe a little bit better rarity of a shotgun at the moment. Maybe a little bit better of a loadout for Pars at the moment. Kind of surprised off of this loadout. Usually this is something we'd see in maybe something of a zero build kind of format where you literally only have one weapon in the inventory. But I don't know. Is this some kind of new strategy that they're developing without us even knowing here, Clay?
I don't know. Let's keep our eyes on it. A nice tag will come through. A little headshot for Pars added to the surge damage. Ray is looking for an angle there. I don't know if they're going to be able to find it. That's an awkward one there. Ty getting taken down there. Nice replay coming on through. This is going to be Angel and Nigel. Steal him on to Mechton. That's how they ended up getting it there, catching him. Trying to go for it. That vending machine. And unfortunate there. And Daily Bugle as well as we swap over to Kripus. I want to talk about that. How hotly contested they've been. And when you're first place coming out of contested, things can always go wrong.
Especially, when you got a target on your back on first place, and when you are up there, over by about 20 points as well, you start to get some eyes. You start to get that bull seeing that red flag start to be waving across the island. And you're like, I like the looks of that. We know exactly where they're landing, and they kind of take their little side eyes toward them, and they're like, all right, you know what? We know what you're up to. We know what you're about here as we swap on over to the just west of Reality Falls, as battles are, or once were, brewing, as disengagements now being met out. And honestly, I will say this is one thing that I see a lot not done, at least not done enough from a lot of pros, is knowing exactly when to disengage. And for Kevin and Co., knowing exactly when to disengage in that moment where they were just able to be like, all right, this fight is pretty much done with a minute until that zone closes in. We got to get out of here. We got to get into zone so we, honestly, all of us can get that best position.
And just to note, first place has been eliminated in this game. They went down first. 49th place. That means for Zuki's and Bacon, who are second place overall, The lead is going to be great as 40R and Cause. Unfortunately, not able to get points on the board right now, but they still have this game and many others to go through. Coney Crossroads going to be that center of zone. Harpoon there, maybe able to use it for some loot grabbing or player elimming, if you will. I haven't done the Clay Classic in a minute, but it always will reign supreme. Zuki's and Bacon, again, they've gone for this strat many times. It seems to be working out, so no issues there on their end. But Trap and Caesar, 27th place. You've seen the feed, Nico going down, and this is where NA West every single time will start to slow down compared to the first two. First two, we've already had, I think we're already below 90 players up in the lobby. Now we're at 93. It's a slow playing game until the games 3 and 4. Game 5 to 6 start to speed back up. NA West likes to just relax, fill out the lobby a little bit. And going over to the Daily Bugle.
I like that zone, just a bit north to where your prediction was of the zone uptake. I was like, oh, come on, go over to Log Jam, and then it was like, nah, we're going over the Daily Bugle. They were like, all right, Lash, you still get your mountains. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take the Daily Bugle mountains because you still get that treacherous elevation coming into play for all of these teams right now. But for the time being, it's about how well these players at the moment on edge zone, because of how far they have to rotate, can get to that safe zone as well. And even for teams that have been prosperized and posted up here towards that zone in Bacon and Zuki's, they're still here, not necessarily in the greatest position, as they're a little bit lower on mats than they'd like to be, as well as the loadouts not looking too spicy, but they do have the heals to be able to, I guess, keep themselves alive here. And especially if Storm Surge comes into play, they're going to be like, all right, bring it. We're chilling.
An opportunity for them presents itself. Will they capitalize on it, or will they let it slip away? Find out here very shortly, because next zone will determine a lot. Notch gonna hit a couple good shots there, putting him and Zeno up a little bit on that Storm Surge leaderboard. 94 means we got a reboot coming through. Now 92 is, looks like School and Jackbear will fall to Beast and Tautai. Good elims coming through. You see Snacky and Fabs just built up there. Wale and Source separated by a lot, but I don't think they're that concerned. As seen this happen many times in competitive Fortnite. One teammate goes and refarms all their mats, and the other will sit, build up, wait for tags, and we'll wait for surges to see if they're below 239, and they are going to update above. Not as it updated down there below, they wouldn't, but that's still not safe, Lash. As what we're seeing is they need to be about 150 to 200 right now.
Yeah, not safe one bit, at least for the moment. You do have Bakken on one, starting to feel the pressure. They want to get into this fight after getting that victory royale here in game number 2. They're like, all right, we got a little bit of a chip on our shoulders right now here in game number 3, as we want that Elim onto Wale, at least the tags. And honestly, a saying I absolutely live by right now: if I'm going to go down, I'm going to go down swinging. And for On1 and Baka, they're truly living by that status at the moment. However, open the wall to a little bit too open of a peak there, and Wale and Source are pushing into this battle with some hot heat of aggression.
I like it from them. I like that they need this Elim when it comes to overall match. You don't want to be 95 right now. And that's going to be a nice set of damage to do, but no! They were a little bit too over-aggressive. Odd1 going to go down. Wale getting traded out. That's going to be two teams fighting back and forth. Baka trying to get out. 7th versus 9th place there. 11th getting involved as well. That's the bubbles of the leaderboard coming through, and everyone but Notch and Dino seem to have lost.
Everyone just continues to file in here to the Coney Crossroads right now, and Baka is just trying to hold his ground around here, while Notch and Zeno are trying to, I guess, stay in the relevancy of this battle as well as that leaderboard right now. You kind of mentioned it there. In 11th place, they are sitting at the moment, and they know what is at this point right now. They pretty much need to solidify themselves into at least somewhat of a decent spot, so that way they can continue to keep themselves up here in that prime position, at least to stay alive in this position where they're able to pretty much fight for their own lives in and of itself. While we saw Midi there as well, picking up an Elim in the feed alongside Moose. So a lot of teams here right now that haven't done the greatest so far today are starting to ramp it up here in game number 3.
And I think that's what's great about the 2-day format. And nice Elim for Rika, because that's going to be on Moose. And his pick. Hopefully falling in. I was going to say, hey, finally get to see the Harpoon. Reed's going to use it. Grab that extra little bit of loot there. I was going to say, that was a precarious position. He's trying to grab it, but Zio and Tavern will grab all of that. He actually could have gotten a little bit of damage there. Grabs a little bit more than what Zio and Tavern are grabbing, and it seems they kind of let him have it for free. They went for the loot, and I don't know if they knew where it was. Sam and Buka and Caleb on the other side. Nice damage. I was going to say we're teetering near Storm Surge, but now should be fine with the damage that Batman Buka just put down. What is concerning here, Lash, is that Batman Buka historically has an issue with managing ammo, and you can see it coming to fruition now. 300 SMG ammo, but only 22 AR ammo as we move through Yasir and Kriere going aggressive in Coney Crossroads. They're going to take down Source, 2 HP, barely able to get out. I'm not sure how he's doing it.
He's slippery, smoothing around here while Yasser and Krior were once below on that Storm Surge threshold, but Storm able to come through and able to help out as Krior picks up that Elim here. So 165 above. So not only did they have to worry about Storm Surge, but also that Storm starting to come into play via the zone as well. So as they kind of grapple glove to the front side, trying to at least get to that position, they need to be overarchingly basically armored walls up and ready to take in the shots from players like Snacky and Fabs right here, as well as they have the literal eagle's eye above everybody right now as they try and maybe look for those tags and free pick'ems in the back end, because +2 points right now, Snacky and Fabs could be massive for those big boys.
It definitely is going to be with first place being out, right? That's massive. They have to convert on this, right? It doesn't matter if first place goes down if nobody below them does well enough, right? And I'm talking about nobody close below, right? I'm talking about 10th place, 15th place. If you're not there and you do well, you'll get into that top 5, top 10. But you're not going to decrease that lead. So you're looking at those players that are close. You're looking at EXE and Jeffers, who are relatively close. Jeffers, I don't know if they have HP. Tavern will fall. Surge, still active for now. I believe it'll turn off here momentarily. Raise and Pars, a team, again, that's close. It could make the impact happen, but it seems like everybody this game, Lash, is just struggling on these rotations.
Struggling trying to get in, and one of those teams, including a Vex, you can see there on the left side of your screen right now, X is literally handling in the complete and utter lobby focus coming in, and even Pars and Raze in a very similar quite up position. Not only that, as well as Storm Surge, every single one of these teams out here pretty much on the edge ring as this zone tries to pretty much swing its way back up even more above. So in 40 seconds, we are going to see mass chaos from every single one of these players right now trying to hit the rotates. You don't have a community launch pad. None of that around here. And it's all down to who's going to be able to find these kinds of elims, refreshes like this. We saw this early in the game from Silksy and Lemo as they were able to capitalize off spawn onto players like Apar there as well. So that definitely led them up nicely as far as Sturge needs. And you have Reap and Epic Will here. Absolutely chilling.
The Surge is a little concerning, but I'm not worried. You know, it's one of those things where it's like, hey, if you get a tag here or there, you'll be fine. It'll turn off once we reach 55. We will get finally tagged up. I was going to make a note that was a pretty free rotation for them. As we swap over, though, Krizix is going to go down. Snacky going to get an Elim there. That's going to be great for them. Jelty on the other side. Looks like they're going to get the Elim there as well. Vaz will be the one to do it there. But now they're getting sprayed by the whole lobby. And while, yes, this has been a great Elim, they didn't really get a lot from it. If you take a look, barely went up maybe 20 mats there on Snacky's side. Do get a little bit of heals, but now everybody in the lobby is focusing them. They're in 4th place. If they go down right now, this is a huge opportunity loss.
This is the bad thing about trying to fight while you're on the rotations is are able to capitalize on two elimination out here in the back, but all of a sudden coming in around the free flow as the opposing players were just able to find their way through. Sneaky Elim coming through, and now Fabs has to do it on his own. Lobby Sprays coming through, 12 HP, somehow able to stay alive at the moment. Pops the last chug splashes as well, but Caleb is there, right there in front of him, and now Caleb is going to end up going down as well. So every single one of those teams that tried to fight in that edge zone scenario had ended up going down, and that was where every single team that either prioritized position or was already in the position already has able to capitalize on that spot. So already a bunch of top tier teams here on leaderboard already down here, and now is the time for the new teams right on the back end able to capitalize here, Clay.
That is unfortunate. We were hyping them up. We were ready to see them pop off, and unfortunately going down. This is Cool and Yumi, second place. Take a look at this replay here to see what they end up doing. Nice tags coming through. That's going to be 2 elims. We just one going over, but still, that's points, putting them in first place. 82 points was first, and now we're up to 85.
285 up towards this top of spots at the moment for Yumi and Cool. They're going to be able to rise up to the top, and that indeed they did. They are in that first place spot, as you can see there on the bottom left half of your screens right now. That number will indicate which placement spot each of these teams are in throughout, and instantly updated throughout the game as well. So if a team picks up an Elim, gets 2 points, and if they are close enough to get above a team, it will instantly update. So for Cool and Yumi right now, kind of in that aggressive spot. They have teams like Taotai and Beast rotating right below them, but at the moment, they're kind of playing it patiently right now. They need to pretty much, I guess, ready themselves up for this intense endgame just around the corner.
It's going to be interesting. Zone pulls to the east here, Lash. Nobody has it. Nico, unfortunately, not going to be where they want to be. 48 builds. Keep pushing him. I know they're solo. They got out. For now, they had to use some of their hard builds. Still got a decent amount remaining. Koyo going to go down to Dom. Zone that's not pulled to the east. So it'll be a lot more favorable for a lot of these players. But Reed and Epic Whale, look at them. They're trying to take high ground, but it's going to be Wavy Jacob and Vanellas who yoink that one back. And this will be interesting to see. They've kind of been playing an unnoticed game. 7th place overall, 1 Elim. They have the high ground. Now, Epic Whale and Reed are obviously looking for it. Will they be able to contest for it, or are they going to wait until that 7th, 8th zone that we know they like to take it in and play from there? Yumi and Cool still first place up. And that lead that was going to be closed has now closed. Well, for the rest of the lobby, it's about playing catch-up to Yumi and Cool.
They got to make sure they're taking up what they need to around the right timing as well. We saw that a lot here on EU and NA East throughout the day, as they were, every single one of these teams, able to essentially find the correct timing. That's what you need around this area. And for Taotai and Beast, they've been able to find the correct timing to be down here on low ground, able to secure themselves as well. Meanwhile, Cool and Yumi still able to hold down their mid ground at the moment, and being able to pop these heals. 4 elims on the board right now, so they're feeling good on the fragging position. Now they need to stay good on this placement as well, Clay.
Ooh, this will be interesting. A lot of the big names still up, but in a potential position to strike for the top of the leaderboard. As I talked about Reed and Epic Well, they've dropped all the way to almost low ground. Beast, 48 HP, getting sprayed by everybody. Armored Wall says no thank you. Southside has a lot of chug splashes, but you have to get out of the water. Otherwise, they will not disperse that HP onto you. Maybe Jacob's going to take down Nico. Reed's going to take down Kaz. Epic Well going to go down. That's going to be a revive coming through. This is going to be big if they're able to get up. They have a lot of chug splashes in the inventory. They've got a lot of extra heals and mats in front of them. That's great. Ali's going to be on the backside of things. They took down first place this time around. Finally able to make it to the end game. Trying to pop off, but unfortunately going to be denied there. But Cool as Dragon will fall momentarily after. Cool, 94, 93, 99 points. It looks like they're just going up and up and up. Placement's coming through. 5 elims on to Cool, sitting at 94 now. Bacon and Zuki is 7 points behind them. They cannot put the same amount of effort into the game. They don't have that many mats. South Tiger looking to get sprayed, looking to get out. A lot of fuel still remaining for them. They have the low ground. they're running out of room as Reet and Epic Whale are trying to make their claim for it. Reet building very well. Cool and Yumi just sitting, just waiting, and they get a moment to breathe flash. They pull zone.
The massive pleasure starting to be essentially recognized right now for so many of these teams. Bacon Izuki is able to pull zone, like you just mentioned there, but concern right now is for teams of Reet and Epic Whale right now, kind of pushing in the battle against teams like Remy and Kimchi, teams that we've seen fall early in the positions, but now finally making into that end game position and making a name for themselves right now, finding those elims onto Epic Whale and Reet as they go down, leaving the leaderboard to filter down even a little bit more. Meanwhile, Zuki's and Bacon still fighting for that top spot right now in second place. Meanwhile, first place of Cool and Yumi still alive, but Wavy and Vanillas are still on high ground right now, Clay.
Cool and Yumi get a chance to prove themselves. And that last game wasn't a fluke. They're looking to take home game number 3. Outside and Beast still up. Now on the low ground, Bacon and Zuki's here as well. We've got first, second, third, and a lot of other players right on the outside up. Cool and Yumi look to go for the low ground play on its outside and Beast. This may be what cost him here. As you see, not a lot of HP overall effectively there. He's thrown up. Krypus going to go down. Remy will fall. Zuki's going to go down. Where's Bacon? That's Bacon on the other side of Tautai. Shotgun. Tautai going to go down. That's cool. And Yumi capitalizing on such a great play from Tautai. Unfortunately there, Beast has to try to clutch up now as a solo. Diego Locos will fall. Cool and Yumi. Pressure from Vanillas and Wavy Jacob. Maybe too much. 6 eliminations. They look to get first place overall. Yumi and Cool going to yoink that one away, though. It looks like Elam's not going to be in their favor overall, as that is a lot of mats not in their inventory. Wavy Jacob cracking shields. That's going to be the drop down there for them. Yumi going to go down now. It's just Cool. They knock Vanillas, but Jacob is clutching it up big time.
Just a big run to the top there as they took high ground in those moments, and they were like, all right, this is our time to take over that overarching first place spot in the game, at least as they take home the number 1 victory royale. They were like, all right, it's our high ground time, and they honestly outlasted it there from 7th zone and on, and they were just able to pick on and pick in play.
And I mean, that's just why high ground's so good, especially. And now here's the thing. I'm gonna backtrack just a little bit. Wavy Jacob is known for their aggression. They're known to be this player that goes out of their way to fight other players when they don't need to. But that was some of the best Fortnite I've seen him play from high ground. They were patient. They waited. They didn't drop down until they needed to. And that's why they won with the 6 eliminations that they did, which is great to see.
It is truly amazing to see because, hey, when you're ranking up into that top level, all of a sudden you're just like, all right, it is our time to rise. Matter what the occasion be, and they played that high ground absolutely fantastic.
Speaking of rising, some players rising to the top of the leaderboard, some falling a little bit down. We've got to throw it over to Panda, Ben, K, and Apples to see that in action.
You already know we're back after the halfway mark here of the competition. And listen, I'm so excited. We got to dive straight into the standings. We have to look at the leaderboard. And honestly, I'm not surprised. Cool Yumi up there at the top, 109 points, kind of breaking away here a little bit, creating a little bit of a gap there between second place. But Bacon and Zuki, man, oh man, if Bryson was here, he would be ecstatic.
Saw Bryson sending out a few tweets earlier, trying to put some money down on these guys, and they seem to be pulling it through. Bacon and Zook, second place so far, holding it down through game number 3. Very solid showing from these two. We talked about a little bit of a lead there for Cruel and Yummy, but still, I mean, it's not too bad, not too far as placement goes, but still, I mean, I do like to point out, though, Bacon and Zook's not a ton of eliminations compared to the rest of the top 5, but these two still holding strong, racking up plenty of placement points.
Yeah, and we can see just a little bit of an upset. A lot of players are moving up and down on these standings. Nothing is really final into that last game. I mean, I don't even see my team on here. I mean, where did they go? They're not up here anymore. They got, oh, they're right there, 15 points. I'm sorry, right there, 15. They got down to 8, 8 standings here. I mean, I'm a little upset, but we're going to have to see if they can come back and get another victory out there. But, I mean, lots of players here, a lot of high elimination plays here. Vex and Apart here with 8 elims all the way down 9 places on 27. LMAO and Silksies, though, up 15, too. So we're getting a lot of upsets coming through with all these standings here.
Yeah, a lot of surprises here on the lower end of the leaderboard, like Elise Dragon, Jagveer School, Mecton Chicken. We'll have to come in and talk to Mecton tomorrow before everything starts. Get his perspective here on day one, because this is definitely not the day one he was looking to have. So, interestingly enough, this leaderboard, while it is what it is right now, it can change. By any means, it could definitely change. So, still lots of opportunities. They have 9 games in total still. Because remember, while we have 3 games left today, and we're at the halfway mark of today, there's still all day tomorrow. So much action still yet to unfold here for all of these players. But I'm excited. I'm excited because this isn't the top-heavy leaderboard we're used to seeing on NA West. We typically tune in, and we're like, okay, there's Snacky Fabs, there's Reet, there's Epic Whale, there's Arkrum usually, which, again, this is the first season we're not seeing him on this leaderboard, which is kind of interesting in itself. And these things are changing. The whole entire region starting to adapt is very exciting to watch here, Ben.
Gotta love to see it. The new players to rise up through the ranks and show what they got here in FNCS Finals. What else could you expect? This is the platform. This is where you got to show off and show out, take home some of that cash money. Not only that, but on top of it, this is your legacy. You look for those players, the ones that are going to be repeat FNCS champions, but now there's kind of a shakeup, a lot of split duos, a lot of new players coming in and moving their way up through the ranks. So now is your time to show out and show who you are and solidify yourself an NA West legend.
Yep, and I keep seeing that we're probably going to get a lot more shaken up on the leaderboard coming through as many other players decide, all right, it's my time. I'm warmed up. I'm ready. I'm going to WP every single person that I see in this lobby, rank up those elims, and bring their placement score up as well. I mean, I think we're in for so much more of a treat. We're only a quarter of the way through, and we're just getting started.
We're just getting started. And here, look, chat, I see you all. I appreciate you all. Sith Mistress, thank you so much for the sub earlier. And guys, we're excited, right? I see these predictions in here. Venji wins next game. Trust. Okay. We had him here for the interview. He was very confident. He said, listen, just because this is my first finals does not mean I'm not prepared. So let's see it here. Game number 4. Will it be Venji's? Let's find out. Who better to bring us in? Lash Clay. The boys, take it away.
We even got Jacob in the chat as well. Good to see Jacob. Hope you're having a great time over there. He says Epic Whale and and Jacob, you know, your predictions have been much better this time around. So thank you for not putting that curse on us this time. So appreciate you. But, you know, they haven't been having the best of games. It's the back half of games, though. This is where we expect them to perform well.
Yeah, definitely. This is where their time, their rise to shine is honestly here. We've already seen them start to get better. And I mean, even like you mentioned earlier, like this is where they start to be like, all right, now is our time to pick it up. All right, we let everybody think that we're washed, we're down bad, that. Nah, the goats are the goats. This is where they start to shine.
It is. But can they do it? I mean, right? They're new team forming up. Some of them old teams not performing as well. It's very interesting this season how many changes that have been made in the game, albeit minuscule, right, impacted them so much. And now, obviously, the big change, Storm Surge, that has changed the way a lot of these players play the game. And that Storm Surge has been in the same way for as long as it's been implemented. And now, just being changed, you can tell some teams are taking a little bit longer to adapt to it.
Yeah, definitely. They're kind of moving in, and now we get to see how they affect those strategies here in game number 4 here as we enter the second half, diving straight down into the island. And maybe we see a couple strategies shift around here too, Clay.
I doubt we'll see drop spot changes just yet. We don't ever really see them in competitive Fortnite until game 6 or game 12. Defiable going for a pickaxe fight. Who's going to come out top? Not Defiable. Snipers on the other side. Not going his way either. Elige and Dragon take it again, so they're 2 for 2.
Okay, what is going on here? A Legion Dragon just out of nowhere, essentially, been able to pull it back as even after the 1v2s and all of the above, still able to rain out, they still are able to go around, but the battle for Sanctuary still reigns on as well. Meanwhile, Par and Vex and Remy and Kimchi have pretty much stayed even throughout the entire time, and now you even have third parties still lurking around. That'll be Jeffers and Co. kind of just taking shots. They have been lurking this entire time, and they're like, all right, that's enough of letting you all fight without us getting a piece of the cake and the action. As they're like, all right, we want a bit of that Storm Surge damage in that battle as well.
Back over. There's such an interesting fight that happened. Is a pickaxe fight. I gotta respect it, right? That's the thing. You gotta respect a pickaxe fight, no matter the level of competitive Fortnite. But man, getting a pickaxe fight in competitive Fortnite in the FNCS finals, not something I would have expected today. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, no, definitely not something I would have been like, oh, you know what? Predictions-wise, yeah, let's get a pickaxe fight going. And you know what? Let's get it on the top roof of the Daily Bugle. You don't see that every day. That is absolutely for sure. And especially when you have a team up there in the top 5 as well, willing to go for that sort of battle. It's like, all right, what exactly is the overall spectrum of plan you're really going for here? And a team I want to take a peek at here is Bacon and Zukas right now, as they're kind of out here in the midst of their own, as they took over that second place spot right now after game number 3. And so far, they are looking mighty good right now. Like Panda mentioned, if Bryson were here, he'd be ecstatic.
I don't think we would hear the end of it. I'm going to be honest. I think we would constantly hear it, just kind of like when Panda was right about picking up that FNCS, when I still to this day hear about it all the time. But no, I mean, rightfully so, right? You pick a team, they perform well. You pick them the whole season, they perform when no one else thinks they can. Speaking of a team finally performing, it looks like the other team. Hold on, actually, as I'm saying that, this is a different team landing at Greasy Grove. Seems like the initial team already of Kevin and Evol rotated out. So I want to see what happened with them, because they weren't performing too well. Then finally figured out the drop. Were able to survive into those mid to late game scenarios, but I'm not seeing them right now. We move over to Chonkers and Buck, and on one Apple's pick, they're going to take down Kanye West. Only one other player here on the other side. That's good surge tags. Great early game fighting, because the quicker you can get it done early, the more time you have to loot. As the demon up above doesn't really have a lot to work with when it comes to heals, but 22 mats and a decent shotgun, they could maybe clutch it up.
Hey, possibly, maybe, but honestly, out of the confidence from Baka and On One right now in this battle, I think they might be able to take this out if they can really make their way up towards height. They know this battle is up here. Cones go out into the midst of things, and On One Baka playing these angles just magnificently off spawn here over to just in between POIs of the Synapse Station and the Chonkers. They take advantage of that Storm Surge not only, but also Elam points. So that's going to be plus 4 points to their total here, as they are in 12th right now here in game number 4. So they're looking to make this game a crack into the top 10, top 5 type of game, because that would just be massive for them.
We swap over to Beast and Taltai. I was wondering where they were landing exactly. They stuck to this gas station, or they swapped it up, and turns out they stuck to it and string them quite well. They're able to rotate over to Rocky early. We saw them get tags, and finally, in the fourth game, the zone is to the south. So for them, it's been fine either way. This is one of those POIs that doesn't really matter where the zone goes. You're always going to be in that first zone. So I look forward to seeing how they rotate it differently, if they go for that Rocky ambush again or not. And on the other side of things, we got Keto and Russo who are in a fight, and Keto, unfortunately, not able to make the edit in time.
Not able to make that edit just in the nick of time, and then Yalti and Chris were able to pick up on that Elim, and now Russo is on the run. He's like, nah, I do not want a part of this fight. I was just joking. I don't want any kind of piece of this battle, but Yalti and Chris are truly anteing up this battle. They want the damage. They get a 43 tag right there. Now they're able to continue up this battle. Shield Keg being able to be popped on the other side. Now Yalti and Grizzix are starting to really get aggressive in right now. They have him down to quite literally shambles position. Chug Splashes being popped in. Yalti and Grizzix are truly aggressive on this battle.
I like it from them. I like seeing them be aggressive and get the Elim shots come through. Russo, enemy box, going to go down. Shield Kegs and the inventory for Jelty, so they are fine. They don't have to worry about anything. Extra ones as well, so go ahead and throw that on down, and they are chilling. Just maybe what they need to do for last year. Maybe they need to just go aggressive early. Get those surge tags. Don't have to worry about it. Get that extra bit of loot. Just chill for the mid game. That might be it.
I mean, like you mentioned, they are chilling. And, a lot of players don't necessarily like when you change up the strategy and W key them. So they are indeed chilling like a villain off spawn early into this game right now. As I believe that we're starting to see that little bit of chill pill start to, I guess, dissipate a little bit more. The effects have been wearing off, and now these players right now are feeling the W key right now. But Reet and Epic Will right now, they're going for those tags, going for whatever they can peek around this area, and now they're just holding themselves, I guess you could say, accountable.
I like that. Props for that one. Gotta give you, credit where credit is due as we move over to Snacky and Fabs, who have a hard time deciding what loot they want to take, it seems like, and they go for the Shield Keg instead of the SMG, and looks like Snacky is going to decide yes on that one. And again, the beauty of where they're landing is that's not. I mean, if you think about it, right? Normally, when you think about Fortnite, you're like, "Oh man, I don't have enough heals," right? They have to worry about what heals to take because they have so many around them. Look, think about that, right? It's not something that you think is a bad thing to worry about, but for them, they have to minimize and maximize what heals they're taking versus what they're leaving behind for everybody else.
It's a good problem to have, to be honest.
Exactly.
Like, you can't necessarily be leaving them all out to everybody else, but you got to utilize them somehow. And they honestly have done a brilliant job of that. Like, if I'm in their position right now, you best believe I'm grabbing all the chug splashes I could possibly get. And honestly, that is a prime tier position based off of the drop spot over by the lake area. So it works out mightily fine for them off spawn where they're able to utilize those heals. If we take a quick peek at this zone of where it's exactly is pulling, and now we get that Synapse Station and Greasy Grove type of maneuverment in this zone. So for the first time today, we get the desert. We get the south really coming into play here. So it's different rotates all around for these players to sort of adapt to here.
And Cool and Yumi, not looking good. They are going to heal up because they'll be able to get a med kit from this vending machine, but that's not good. That's not a good start. That's not where you want to see them in this game. So we have to keep our eyes on them. NAS, again, slowing down 88 players in that second zone. Stormtroop's going to hit hard once it activates. It's Yomi going to take down Salt Lover there. Unfortunate. Geo going to find them. Salt Lover just trying to find a rhythm, but unfortunately can't get into it. Nice shots from Bambuga and Caleb. And again, they're using the shield keg perfectly. You pop it down, you just start over peeking. It doesn't matter. You get hit, you're fine. You got the shield keg there. Now that they don't, though, they got to be careful. Caleb and Bambuga will make their rotation. Punisher and Landjack, again, talking about how they're kind of a sleeper team. 11th place. They're not over asserting themselves too early, just kind of playing at their pace that they always play at, and they're looking great, Lash.
They're styling out here. They don't, like you said, they don't want to, I guess you could say, overbearing themselves at the top, because then they start to, I guess, retain that focus. So they're playing at their own pacing, and they're like, all right, you know what? You guys can go crazy, at least for now. We know we have the 8 games throughout the 2, or I guess you could say 3, counting this game here today, alongside of the extra 6 in the final day tomorrow. So they know they have time. And honestly, that's the same thing that a lot of these teams have to take into account, because at the moment, they're kind of letting the environment of this game, of this day number 1, get to their heads of it. And then that's where you start to let your mind slip into the pacing, because then you kind of lose sight of the overall goal.
That's a great way to describe tunnel vision. You tunnel in on that one thing, and like you said, you lose sight of the end goal. So all you can see is what's right in front of you. 302 damage above Surge, though. Trap and Caesar should be fine. Over Salty and Aiden. 11th place tied, 67 above. I look for them to get more Surge. And again, for anybody just joining us, welcome on in. This is the NA West Finals, game number 3, day number 1 for NA West again. There's a lot of unknown players here for some of y'all. There's some players that you haven't gotten the chance to really see, but for most of y'all, you know Reet and Epic well. They're looking to capitalize on their lack of heals right now. Get this elimination here. They put so much damage onto Kenzo for, but another team putting the damage on down. Reet and Epic will have to get back together. They're trying to keep him from getting to Nico, but they're going to be met with a shotgun there as they get back together. 111 above. They've used a lot to get here. I don't think they're going to let him go without a fight.
Yeah, no, not one bit. That's not how we've gotten to know Reet and Epic Whale. They know exactly when to push a battle, and especially in this area at this moment. We kind of felt this last game. The pressure all essentially arising around these edge zone kind of patterns. And if you try and make a run for that center zone area, then you really start to become in trouble at the moment. And honestly, for many of these teams at the moment, for Zuki's, Dakin, they're kind of just chilling out here in the zone of positioning. And honestly, this is where we see it come into play the best of spots, where honestly, for teams that had to rotate the exact same distance, depending on when you hit that rotate, that's where you kind of see, like, all right, this is how well prepared this team's been.
Beast and Southside looking for tags that they don't necessarily need. Looks like they were actually just trying to get Elam there, Dragon and Elige, and Pixie going back and forth. Kika, unfortunately, going to go down with Kika there. They fall. I think it was going to be Caesar and Tautai that put most of the damage down there. They can look for a team of Edge Zone, 8th place. They're doing quite well with their loadout, Kevin and Evo. I talked about them adapting to be able to get out of Greasy Grove, but what is an issue for them, they haven't really made it here yet. So they haven't dealt with Surge today. Seems like Moose on the other side of that cone, not going to get tagged up. Yasir will fall. Truyere going to go down as well. Kevin trying to find some tags, but it's just constantly many. They can't out-heal the Surge. They're going to have to find some damage quickly. Faz and Snacky putting some damage down, but Faz takes a lot there. Cause returning the favor. They're going to take down 40R. That's going to be Elam number 1. How many do you think they're going to get last game? The last one they ended up with 6-7, I believe.
Yeah, they ended up with a lot of Elam last game, and now it appears as the games continue to go on, they feel themselves get a little bit more aggressive throughout the battles, and now they get a little bit more comfortable as well as being able to take those fights. And honestly, for a lot of these teams that have made it this far, for the first time here today, are struggling the most with Storm Surge. So I can see that Elam coming out and Count coming in from Faz and Snacky even more in the battle. But for Diego, one of those teams that is in the top end of the leaderboard right now in the battle, in the overwhelmingness. Meanwhile, Epic Hire going down. Bobby Brown left to himself, and the box fights come on in through. Diego able to find the loot into that pattern as well as the elimination, able to armored wall up. Big Elam's already going out in the feed. Pars going down as well. So as a lot of these top tier teams are starting to brew into the battles, we can see some huge shifts already going down with now Reet and Epic Whale down and out in the elimination feed as well.
They actually went for a fight, and Reet was able to clutch it up, but unfortunately not able to get the revive there onto Epic Whale, and they both end up going down. Nico will fall. Diego had his own favor this entire game, and now unfortunately lost it. 1 Elam still up. They put the damage back down, but they get caught trying to heal Empoyo, and Zio looking great. They take it down. Dragon going to go down there to Surge, it looks like. Actually, probably fall damage. They knocked themselves, and Surge will just eliminate you. So I think they took too much fall damage there. Let's see the replay. What happened to and Epic Whale? They end up taking down Moose and Midi in a great fashion there. Epic Whale does end up taking down too low here, it looks like. And no, actually, it's going to be Reek that ends up going down. So my apologies there. Reek does get fully elimed, and Epic Whale just wasn't expecting there to be someone in zone that far late after him. And it's going to be him falling. Got to be ready for that.
Yeah, that's the sad thing, essentially, about these battles of Bruin around that kind of outer edge type Z. And around here, that's where we see, like, all right, do not fight. And we saw it especially last game as well. I mean, we mentioned it before as the zone started to close in. You cannot take those fights. And I'm surprised that Reeton Epic Whale originally did take that battle as well against Midi and Moose, because it basically took them down both into that edge counter of zone, as you saw Kinzo being able to clutch up in that position and pretty much live out the fruits of both of those elims of the teams. And now, as the zone pushes even farther down south, teams like Fab, Snacky, Chris, Kadenosh now trying to make their way. River rotates around here, and at the moment, you need to keep rowing, otherwise you're going to get caught up, twisted by the turbines.
This is going to be an awkward zone for a lot of players. Look at Jelty and Krizix, though. In pretty well. This may be their game. And look at their fortress. They've essentially built Landjock and Punisher. Building one there as well. They are no strangers to this area. This is where they drop. Wavy and Vanillas, though. Just reminding you, they placed 8th place last season and now looking to take the overall victory. Honestly, from them, I could see it. If they keep playing smart, they keep playing their passive game style on high ground, I could see them picking up first place overall. I mean, it is Wavy Jacob after all, right? He's been around for a long time. They have the experience moving over. Let's take a look at Vanillas and Wavy Jacob. 40 builds on the edge of zone. Everybody looking at them. They're above Surge, so there's some saving grace there. What's good for them is they do have that ability lash to just close the distance very quickly and capitalize on someone making the smallest mistakes. So just because they don't have a lot now, it doesn't mean I'd count them out.
That's where the veteranship really comes into play there from Vanillas and Wavy Jake. They did it last game where they were able to capitalize in the position of where they essentially needed to be, but at the moment where they are a little bit lesser on ability as far as materials goes. And as the loadouts are still sitting looking pretty, you have first place right next to you, and they want that battle. They want that fight, and I would not be surprised to see Cool and Yumi down on Storm Surge, because when you try and get a little bit over aggressive in those kinds of battles, that's how you know you are below. And indeed, they are 92 damage, and they are getting ticked down by that 25 damage every 5 seconds they are below. So here we go, Clay. They're going for the fight.
They're going to have to. It's Vanillas on the other side versus Wavy Jacob first and second place, fighting each other now. Armor Wall going to go down above. It'll keep them from being third party, but damage is enough for Yumi. They get the knock, though. They want that Elam. That's second place right now. Another Armored Wall coming through. Cool trying to go for it. Bro going to come through from Wavy Jacob. What can they do? Not going to be able to do a lot as they get caught off. No. Shotgun Chuck going to come through on it. Cool. That's going to keep the distance there. Can they find Vanillas, though, or did Vanillas manage to crawl their way on out? Cool continues to taking damage there. Vanillas will go down, will be finished, and that's his first place, ultimately denying second place. A great finish, unless Wavy Jacob can clutch up big.
They got to be able to find that kind of little area to sneak through and slip through the cracks, essentially, at the moment. Meanwhile, they've been stuffed down there on low, but popping a lime as well, right there on the left side behind them. And they started getting the attention from the big dogs on height. That was going to be Yelty and Krizix as well. Meanwhile, Yumi and Cool able to kind of play a little bit to the left side of this canyon right now, where they're able to dip into a little bit more of a blind side, at least at the moment. But Cool has been beamed down to very few minimal HP, able to pop that flopper, now get back up, utilizing this Membus here as they play in amazing teamwork. Wavy going down in the elimination feed here in that 22nd spot. So leaving his teammate still left to clutch up here as a solo in the realm of this lobby right now. This is dangerous territory.
It is. Yelty and Krizix made a very interesting rotate with the taxi early on, got here and just waited. And it's paying off, but what doesn't pay off is that zone. Zayden's going to go down to Cool. This is where you will reap the most benefits from an elimination when you have very few maps when you don't have an option for anything other than an Elam to come through. This is why they're in first. They are doing so well. 30 Elams coming through, 127 points. Second place out of the game right now. Sixth place still there. Take a look all around. Who is still up? Another second place. Azuki's and Bacon now. That's coming through. They don't really have the damage on the other team. They have to be careful. They don't have the mats either. Bacon now has to try to clutch up by a solo. That is not going to save. It does have the mats. Didn't drop any over. Suzuki's looks like they gained a lot in that fight. Saki and Fast both going to go down. Both going to be eliminated there. Like we saw, Suzuki's falling to Trey. Crow on the other side trying to put damage down. But 4 Elims will suffice. They try to rotate through. His teammate does have the grapple gloves. He's all by himself, but the sliding will essentially negate that as he gets right to the same spot at the exact same time.
Trying to find that way uphill right now. As you can see, the reign of terror right now for the first time here today. Kadenox and Chris have found themselves on the greatest layer of high ground at the moment. Meanwhile, Yelty and Chris, the team that we had once saw on that height layer, are now in this mid-ground position as they're trying to say it. Nice, cool, and collected at the moment while they're trying to find those shots. Meanwhile, Yumi in the elimination feed, able to pick it up onto School as well. Wow, Cool here in the back end of zone, able to pop the floppers. Meanwhile, a teammate of Yumi leading the way, leading the tarp. And now shots continue to rain fire back into the base. They're still able to keep calm, keep collected, but 0 builds into the hands of Yumi. Tries to get within the battle. Cool gets caught up into the mixtures right now. And Yumi is out to his own. 0 builds, nothing left to go. And trying to find any shot. He finds an elimination onto Jake. And now he's going to be able to continue this race. Misses the grapple glove though. He's double shotgunned up, but with 7 builds, he needs to find and sneak away. Another crack maybe on through here, Clay.
Nice damage creatures on a Punisher, but it's going to be a 2v1. Landjack is there. Yumi has to get out, mantling up and around, trying to get into these old builds. Doesn't have a lot of HP to outside, and he's on the other side waiting for them to mess up, so he can capitalize. Shot's going to come through. That's going to be nice damage, but not going to be enough. Kranox and Chris look to take a Jelty, and Chris is sitting in the mid-ground. Kranox and Chris looking good, but Jelty and Krizix making their way, and their climb as Landjack and Punisher going to go down. They make a substantial move up the leaderboard. Trey on the other side, a solo player here trying just to stay up, stay forward ahead of zone, but we'll pause now. It's going to continue moving. 2 builds remaining. Punisher falling, Landjack falling, Pollo falling, Baka on the other side, 7th place. Can take down Knox here with 1 good shotgun shot. Goes for the grapple glove, goes for the high ground, take 59 builds remaining. Saw that they were lacking on materials and is still going. Jelty wants it as well. This is a new team entering the equation, and Baka decides they do not like calculus. They just want to play Fortnite as Jelty takes the high ground. Krizix up above, 6 eliminations. They don't have a lot of mats. They put a lot down. Chris will fall. Knox left alone by himself, trying to make something happen as they fall. Baka on the other side, not getting the elimination. It goes to Krizix. Yelty and Krizix, 7 eliminations, have the high ground and look to close it out.
They look to close it out. Meanwhile, Zio still trying to keep kept safe and down here on the low ground, but Armored Wall locked off. He doesn't have any type of pathing down there on low. Meanwhile, Yelty and Krizix able to hold on to height, and the battle for low ground comes through. Meanwhile, Krizix and Yelty are able to pick up their 8th elimination. They just watched as the cards fell below them as they were able to take home here in game number 4.
And looks like their early rotation, early strats paid off. I talked about it. I want to see something different from them, and they did it right there, picking up the victory royale. A lot of Elims coming through. Let's take a look at that final moment. Final moments. That's Elims number 3 coming through. Jelty was caught off guard there, but absolutely annihilated Caleb there. Denied him all forms of eliminations. Baka tried to clutch up big, but it wasn't enough. Game number 4 goes over to Jelty and Krizix. Welcome on back. What a beautiful win there. Catapulting them up. They were in 8th place. I'm sure last that they're going to go even further.
Just straight up skyrocketing. And you called it even as they had high ground a little bit earlier in the month. You were like, all right, if they can take home this high ground, keep it up. They were able to, I guess, lose it a little bit and then pick it right back up. They were like, all right, Clay, we got you with that prediction. They brought it home there in those final moments. 8 Elims is going to do a solid job for them on those leaderboards.
It will. And speaking of leaderboards, we always throw it back right around this time to Apple, Ben K, and Panda. So let's do it one more time.
Throw it on over because we got this leaderboard ready and hot for you. We're going to go ahead and throw it up. But listen, right there up at the top, it's cool. It's Yumi still holding it down, and look at how much of a gap they've created. It is now 27 points. That is massive here on this leaderboard, and it's definitely the biggest gap we see across the board here. But again, looking at this top 10, really only one of the notable names that we talked about early on are actually in here in the top 10. Landjark Punisher find themselves in 10th place. Really, really nice there. But it is actually Snacky Fabs, the only one in there. But Reet and Epic Whale still find themselves outside of the top 10. This is a tough one for them for sure.
I was going to say, take a screenshot, save it. This might be one of the only times you'll see Epic Whale and Reet outside of the top 10 in pretty much any tournament you see these two playing in, at least in the duos game mode. I mean, I'm not sure what's going on their side. Maybe they know they're making bad decisions. Maybe it's really hard to fathom what could be going wrong on their side, but still these two are going to have to make some adjustments. But I mean, it's always good to see, right? I mean, new players working their way up. We touched on it the last two games. So now being able to see these new players jump up and show out is really cool to see. But I mean, Fabs and Snacky still holding on. Top 10, that championship mindset. We talked about it a couple times now. But again, Epic Whale and Reet. What's going on, guys? I mean...
Yeah.
I do want to say, though, Unwon and Baka moved up 11 places with that second place clutch from Baka there. I mean, it was a valiant effort. It's really hard to do a 2v1 when you're alone. I mean, there's no one there to watch your back, to heal you up, get that med mist on you if you're getting a little bit too tired. But, I mean, congrats to the winners, but Unwon and Baka, I feel like they're going to be coming back for revenge in these next couple games.
Yeah, I can see it. Look, I can see a lot changing here going forward. Really depends on the mindset of these players as they get ready to face the final two games of the day. But again, it's not the final two games of this event because we have all day tomorrow. So listen, if you're enjoying the content today, make sure to tune back in tomorrow. But you know what time it is. Chat, what's going on, guys? Let me know some of your predictions down below. Let me know some teams that are maybe surprising you here in chat. We'd love to interact with you, spend some time with you guys. But I want to throw something to Ben real quick. Yumi and Cool, top spot, 27-point lead over second place. Did anyone expect this?
I mean, you look at the qualifiers, you look at the semifinals, you look at the opens. I mean, they're top competitors. But are they first place competitors? Nobody really saw it. But still, this lead, you have to imagine. I mean, I think it's not talked about enough, but a lot of people mentioned it and realize it behind the scenes. I mean, the break between the semifinals and these grands, I mean, obviously they've been putting in work. Obviously, they took some time to go over the VODs, decide what the game plan's going to be. And whatever their strategy was coming in today was obviously executed to a T because they are absolutely, dominating so far. That kind of a lead this early on in the competition has got to feel good. That's basically an entire game cushion that can go completely wrong, and they will still be okay. Maybe not be able to hold on to that first place spot, but it's still going to hold you into that top three regardless of what goes wrong. So as long as they keep executing, I mean, they could be on the road to an FNCS championship.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like something else that we kind of need to highlight is that their stamina in these last couple games has been rock steady. I mean, they got in that victory royale, but we've been seeing them still be aggressive with these other players. Granted, not hitting the top spots that they're probably going to want to. They're going to be wanting to get those victory royales and fight against the players that they're wanting to. But, I mean, we could see a comeback for them later in the game. They have been really keeping themselves pumped up. Maybe they have a lot of water next to them, a lot of energy drinks, lots of snacks, so they're not getting too tired on their PCs, on their controllers. So, I mean, we'll see. We're going to see if they're able to keep this up, or if maybe it could switch around tomorrow as well.
Yeah, consistency is the name of the game. We know players like Epic Whale, they're infamous for their day 2 performance. So it really boils down to what's going to happen or way these teams finish today, and then what's going to happen tomorrow. Because there's only 2 games remaining today. There's not much room for growth here on the day, but tomorrow is a total of 6 additional games, folks. So that is a lot of opportunity for your favorite team to continue to climb up that leaderboard. But we got to talk about it. We talked to chat. We asked you a question. Who are you rooting for? So I see you guys. Sith Mistress is going Snacky Fabs. Probably the the most consistent of the top teams that we know from NA West here on the day. Been in the top 10 the whole time, so I respect it. Good pick for sure. I see resting in here. West is 10 times better than East. No cap. Listen, everybody's entitled to their correct opinions, but you are correct. So thank you guys so much. It is a blast to be here with you. It's a blast to be able to bring this NA West action. But our casters, they're waiting and rearing to go here for game number 5. So Lash Clay, take it away.
Appreciate it, Panda. And like you said, game number 5 means 2 more games to go before we find out that halfway point of the overall finals. Who's on top? And right now, I can say I did not think that it would be Yumi and Cool. They are surprising everyone. And that's what we like to see, though, Lash.
That is indeed what we like to see. We like to see our up-and-coming players start to rise to the occasion. I know even on NA East last season where Peterbot and Violet took home the crown, I mean, not too many people were expecting that one either. So we could see a similar story here developing on NA West this season as well.
Good indeed. But there's always the chance the old guard comes back because, I mean, it's the old guard. Fortnite, it's Epic Whale, Reed, it's Fast, it's Snacky, it's Stout IBs, it's Wavy Jacob and Vanillas. It seems like they all have a chance and a plan to win. Who's going to execute it the best? Okay, we've got game number 5 right around the corner for everybody. Again, welcome on in. If you're just joining us, thank you. We appreciate you. Welcome on in to the NA West FNCS Watch Party, produced by, of course, put on by Life with Panda, produced by some awesome people in the background. Lash and myself casting it with the amazing desk of Apple and BitK. And then, I mean, of course, we got to mention Panda hosting it. But we're ready for game number 5. Ooh, a little bit more northern of a bus. I'm excited to see how if this changes up anybody's drop spot. As Batman, Booga, and Caleb continuously brave Caleb. Same spot for them. And it's working out pretty well.
It has worked out mightily well for them here early off spawn, as pretty much they've been able to go off their own ways, at least so far. But we see the battle of the pickaxes once again back up towards the top of the Daily Bugle, but this time the weapon sides have changed. But Dragon able to get cover safety after getting knocked there while Elige is able to hold on to his building as they kind of dip off from the spider web, and Cypress and Defiable have dipped off to their own building as well. As now all of a sudden here the landscape has changed and has been rinsed and washed all over again. So Cypress and Defiable, the one team that was once in first place, has pretty much, I don't want to say taken themselves down of a short of an opportunity so far, but they've slipped a lot considering these pickaxe battles have been a brew.
Yeah, and now the question is, can Dragon clutch up in 2v1? So Cypress 2v1. As I say that, Elijah is actually going to be able to pick him up, so not going to be a 2v1, going to be a 2v2, but Cypress is going to find a lot of damage, but what they don't have is ammo. They have the shotgun, and that's all they're going to have to rely on, but look, Defiable right there, going to put the damage back and forth between Dragon and Elijah. Who's going to take the first, third victory? It's going to be Defiable. No! Yes, Defiable on top. They trade out quickly there. The L was taken. Cypress and Defiable up 3-2.
That was just disrespectful. The TVL was not needed. I mean, come on. Cypress Defiable. I mean, you were also part of the crew go for that chest there on the top roof. I mean, not going to say it was self-faltered there, them going down, but it definitely played a hindrance. And now we get to see, all right, what can this team do again in endgame as they rotate on through. Crypass and Diego still able to hunt down their opponents once again here in the Battle of Greasy Grove. Meanwhile, the battle for Tony Crossroads still in the midst of things, while Wale and Source are in the business, but falling down to the hands of Scissor and Jay here in a new battle that we're seeing right now. And now, Cause of 40R, Storm won in the business as well out here. They want this Storm Surge. They want these elites.
They do, and what better way to catapult yourself up than to get a couple elims right off the rip and just keep going. Keep that snowball going. Keep the momentum moving. There's Jay on the other side, not looking too good. His teammate as well, trying to put some damage down, but honestly, what 40R is doing is just stalling for Kaz to arrive. You notice he's doing now. Kaz is not here. The damage is going to get put through. There is Kaz just in the nick of time, but no! 40R got too aggressive too quickly. It's going to go the other way. This not how I expected it would play out.
Not at all how I'd expect to play out either. I mean, for this team of Scissor and Jay that have kind of switched it up, they decided to go just to the right of the POIs. They were like, all right, you know what? Contesting Fabs and Snacky was not working. Granted, respected. 3-time FNCS champions and reigning FNCS champions here on the NA West region. It's not the greatest decision to contest them as well, but contention has honestly been a main party all around, from Sanctuary over to Greasy Grove and then over to Coney Crossroads. It has just been an all-out brawl so far here in game number 5, and honestly, this is looking like an ultimate pickup of aggression from each of these players. Is starting to realize what is starting to become a trend, and they're trying to rewrite that script essentially.
Rewriting a script is hard. Just start from the beginning and figure out how it's going to end, all within 12 games of competitive Fortnite. I don't know if I could write a movie that quickly, but some of these players are being forced to, as Delty and Krizix seem to have figured out what they want to do game to game. Picked up that victory royale and now really have to make sure they do not let it affect them. Because if they do, they're just going to go down early. And that's not what we want to see. We move over to just outside the sanctuary. Yumi and Cool believe sitting in a beautiful spot for this zone and where they need to be. But if zone pulls to them, they literally do not have to move, and this is probably the best spirit spot because everyone's going to want to come to you. You're going to have people swimming in the water. You're going to have players flying up above. This is just essentially going to be a, well, how
can Yumi aim around this area, above to the top, and notice how he doesn't have his teammate with him as well. So they could be playing a double surge kind of tactic where one player takes one position, another takes another higher priority position, or even lower priority position. Possibly camping down at a bush down below as well. But the fight for Coney is still on. As we saw, Nox traded back and forth between 40R Storm. Meanwhile, Kaz is now trying to hit that revive. Meanwhile, Jay and Scissor are trying to fight for their own battle right now, as they are in that 34th place spot. They know they practically need these elims. They need this placement to continue to arrive. They can't tunnel vision too long, especially now in this battle where you're also fighting a team in that 30 range as well. So if they pick up this elim, they take out somebody in front of them. So for this battle kind of outstretching a little bit too long to allow for many of these markers now kind of turning their heads towards this fight. They're like, that could be some Storm Surge we see around there, and maybe pick up a couple tags, and one of those teams being the big Fabs and Snack.
Well, no, they did lose 40R. A reboot came through. 40R got knocked again. A revive came through. So, what do they have left, utility-wise, realistically? As you see, Koss hasn't healed up, so I don't think they have shields. Fabs and Snacky do have shields, but they're being gate-kept from entering Coney right now. Snacky took a lot of damage. We'll have to use those big shields early. 40 on Cause have a chance. They could go aggressive if they want to, but it becomes down to do we need to do this? And that comes back to measured aggression. Shio and I have talked about this a lot. You need to measure when you're going to be aggressive. Is it worth it compared to the rest of the lobby, the rest of my game? If I go aggressive now, how does it impact it? There's so many things that go into making a play rather than, hey, let me just elim this person. So all these players constantly thinking about that and deciding, you know what, for Hito and Ruzo, not worth it. It's not worth it to be aggressive there. Zone's pulling away. We don't want to invest all of our mats, so let's get out of there.
I want to definitely say that it appears to be kind of a lost art as far as today has been going, because we've been seeing a lot of those positions where it's kind of questionable fights around the areas. Like, I don't know if this fight around this area, edge zone, where you have 100 builds, is necessarily worth it. We saw that a lot leading into those kind of moving zones. And we already see it here in those early game instances as well, where it's one team that's kind of down bad and without much going for them, and then one team where it's like a questionable decision. Like, I don't know if this is really the best fight going for it. And a best example right now could be this On1 and Baka fight going against Kanye and Demon right now on this other side, as they're kind of playing the patience game essentially right now.
And we call that tournament management. Usually you don't enter it into the 6th game, but for some players like Baka and On1, you can enter it in game number 5. They've been playing the same game since game number 1, and it's been working out. They're 5th place right now. Tournament management is all about staying up, staying consistent, and making sure you do not make any plays that you do not need to. You don't overextend, you don't overpeak, and you rotate at the right time. This will be hard because there's a team right there, but look at that. Perfect. They don't want to fight. They're going to put some shots back down range just so they can continue to rotate because there's a team holding them out. This is tournament management mode at its finest.
At its finest, indeed, is now everybody has to manage themselves and get to the top of zone, especially right now where you have to get by every single one of these teams. We kind of take a look back to that Faz and Snacky battles. We saw them out in the Elam feed, taking out Kaz, a 40-yard storm here, as they were able to kind of take those walls and push the fight right back into their faces, essentially, as they were like, all right, we're going to take advantage of the fact that you don't necessarily have too much in your arsenal to fight back. So they were able to pick up those 4 points in the Elam feed, and now they're going to be ultimately chilling in the same way Suzuki's and Bacon.
Zuki's and Bacon. A team that for some would say is a surprise. For others like Bryson, it's not. Zuki's and Bacon placed 4th last season. So for those following competitive Fortnite, know they have the potential. But what we have to keep our eyes on is, do they have the closing factor, right? You can get 2nd, you can get 1st coming out of day number 1. You can be in that top 5. But if you cannot close out day number 2 on top, or even start off day number 2 with a good game, that's going to affect your mentality. That's going to affect how you play the whole game. So what I want to see from them is the ability to close out games strong, no matter if they're having a difficult day. Seems like they have day number 1, but I want to keep our eyes there for day number 2. As we saw, Chris, who did get knocked, got picked back up there. Big Elam could have came through in the feed. Green Epic Whale above Surge, sitting in bushes, honestly just vibing.
Just vibing. I mean, that's exactly what you need to do here around this area right now, is they're kind of just, I guess, essentially making sure that they have the power of position right now. And as you can take a look back there, Faz and Snacky were able to clean up the battle on the cause, as they were like, all right, you know what, we'll get you a little bit later. They snagged him right back, and now we get to see another Sanctuary and Island zone here play. This is going to be the 3rd game out of 5 that we see this zone. Are we going to see maybe similar results than what we saw in those first 2 Sanctuary Island type zones?
Yes, I think we are. No, I think it's going to go to the island. I think it's going to go east. I want to see chaotic, hectic, and interesting rotation from Jelty and Krizix. Again, they need to play tournament management mode. Not as much, right? Since they're below Surge, they have to overpeak a little bit. They have to get aggressive and look at the beautiful fireworks that we get to take a look and appreciate. As Jelty is just going to get caught overpeaking.
Overpeaking just a bit, and as the fireworks are going off, metaphorically, they're going off as well, as you can see there, just in the instance of time, cars and rays were going down in the elimination feed as well, so they go down very, very early here in the 40s position of spot. So still here, not able to clutch up as much placement as they know they can here as well. And Yalti and Krizix are trying to not let their head get too big, essentially, at the moment, after taking home the game number 4 victory royale with 8 eliminations as well. They're still able to keep themselves alive and upcharging as they upcharge toward this battle. The team that they took out in those final moments of game number 4 as well, as that's going to be Baka and On1. Now they're starting to push this battle even more, and I think they're going for more so of the Storm Surge more than anything.
I am a little bit worried for them. I'm worried that they're letting that game get to them just a little bit too much. As we're an Epic Well on the other side of your screen here. Trying to find Angel on the other side. They do get the wall, and it looks like they will find him there. They just have to get in that last little bit there. Angel trying to make some plays happen. Damage comes through. I'm not sure if they got the Elim. No, they did. It went over to Epic Well. That's what they need. They need a mid-game elimination replay coming through. Take a look at it. This is going to be Reed taking down Nigel. This is how that fight started off. That's going to be another Elim coming through. That's how they got all their Elims. And wait a minute. This may be what they need to get the ball rolling.
They're getting that snowball effect that you talked about as well. Like, they're like, all right, you know what? Like, we know our strategy here. We're just going to sit back, relax, and then let everything come to us. So that way we can essentially surprise everybody in those moments where they truly need to be surprised. And now, Gelty and Krizix below on Storm Surge, truly struggling. Shots coming in all around the back and pop right back into the dome to the hands of Baka and On1, as now they are going to be able to capitalize on those Elims as well. So for Krizix and Gelty, after a fantastic rise up towards the top of the leaderboard after game number 4, now they're going to start to slip back even more as new teams start to rise to the occasion here and start to bridge that gap even more and essentially take that spot that was once held on here. For a team like Cadenlox and Chris down, Cadenlox now left in clutch of a solo. Good loadout, but needs to figure out how to make this rotate.
Not where you want to be as a solo, but could be worse. Fabs and Stacky, as we pan over to them, have a rotation to make. They do not have a lot. But that's the thing about them. They don't need a lot. They can just go, get aggressive on their team, and get an Elim. It could be Jay and company right on the other side if they want to. No shields in Stacky's inventory. I don't know about Fabs there. 50 builds remaining just on the other side of zone. And this is what I was talking about. Doesn't matter that they don't have shields. They're going to find some on the other team, but I don't know if this is a team that will have any for them. We saw them fight early on at Saki. They take a lot of damage there unnecessarily there. Jay will fall. Can their teammate do? Elim will come through here momentarily. Shotgun shot not going to be there. Edits onto Fabs, but not able to do much as the third party coming through. It's distracting him for now. Fabs does get the Elim. It's the Siphon. But it really needs to go on to Snacky there is, again, not the team that you really need to Elim there. It's great. You get those extra points, but it doesn't net you really anything.
Yeah, nothing except for those maybe extra 40 builds in the hands of Fabsai. Now, they're going to be able to hold on to everything that they were able to maybe risky away with that. In the meanwhile, though, we head on over to what exactly Zuki's and Daki did to frag out there to pick up those Elims in the meanwhile. And as they continue to go on, they are in that second place spot. So being in that position for Bacon and Zuki's, they have done a fantastic job keeping it, at least for the time being. And now it's all about, for every single one of these teams, one being Faznak, two being Bacon Zuki's. And even here, for Cypress and Defiable, who were once in that number 1 top spot, it's like, all right, bring it all back together and kind of get that stewing again.
They're really going to have to make a play. Finally not getting pickaxe on to their elimination. They were, like you said, able to return it. What can they do? But Epic Well and outside the top 10. Surge, warning, we'll wait, and they are above 80, now 64, now 56. This is concerning. I was going to say they should be good, but it's dropping quick down to 40. They're going to have to make a play. Maybe Jacob and Vanillas will hop over third place. Below Surge, no builds remaining. Really, they've got 10. No heals, no shields. And having to make a rotate into what seems like over half of the lobby on the south side.
Yeah,
but for them, they're fine, Lash.
They're chilling out. You know, damage of Storm Surge though is kind of an issue, but I mean, let's be honest. There is no, I guess, downside to the amount of players around here that you can get Storm Surge around. As one player even sneaking behind that ramp, and now D-Wavy is kind of out to his own around this left side of the track to the cone, and now they're kind of in shambles from what once was kind of decent, now getting laser beamed out of the air, and the zone even pulls towards these players, so I can even imagine more fights are going to bridge out just like that.
Third place early. That's a gap the players could capitalize on. They've got to realize what happened. And last year, right about the zone, man, this is going to be hectic. That's half of it in water and half of it in zone. And maybe an eighth of it is on actual land there. It's going to be Reed and Epic Whale taking down Zookies and Bacon pretty low there. Barely above Surge. This is great. Armored Wall will deny them for now, but honestly, if I'm Epic Whale and I'm Reed, I'm going for the Zealand. I know that they're barely above Surge. And actually, as I'm saying that, we're going to walk that back a little bit. They know zone's coming. They know they're barely above Surge. They know they've done enough damage to them that all they have to do is get in front of them. And that is the right place. They don't need the loot. We saw their inventory. As I say that, Epic Whale and Reed going to take a lot of damage unnecessarily. But if all they can do is rotate into them, it's going to be free elims for Epic Whale and Reed.
Yeah, especially with the sliver of HP they're essentially been left with, as they once went from a pound of cheese at the market to now they are down to literally 2 slices of cheese now. And now can they make that into cheddar cheese right now, as kind of separating it between different parts of the island and maybe trying to find that amount of damage around different parts of this zone as everybody's kind of clustered together. You have Nico picking up that knock in the feed onto Trap, so damage now becoming a massive part of this game. They found themselves in a good position for Zookies and Bacon right now. They're able to take over a little bit more of a higher ground, so maybe they can just seek out that really needed refresh.
I don't know if they'll be able to. We move over. Reed and Epic Whale had a hard rotate through. 12 builds remaining. No extra shields remaining for Reed. Players above spraying down. That's going to be Moon Baboon. Kika, unfortunately, falling there to Crow. Surge will be fine for them. Zone moving in 5 seconds. They have it pulling at least not against them. See what they can do. It's cool, and Yumi still up every time the placement point goes through, and they are still there. It's that much bigger of a gap that everybody has to try to close. It's nice shots there. They've got the grapple glove, so they are fine. It's a matter about their rotation. They will make it. Fast and Snacky on the other side have a grapple glove, but do not have the position against Diego. And company are just going to collapse there. Reed going to take down one. That's going to be Vex. Pripe is going to take down both Snacky and Favs. NFL sweep. Epic Whale will be going down. Nico going to be the one to do it. Reed, 10 HP, 32 shield. What can they do? Who can they find? It seems like all they're finding is zone right now. Shots are going to connect on the movement. Boom. Can they get in? Yes, they can. But no, the teammate going to be there. Nico going to be one to do it. And look who has the high ground. I talked about sleeping, and who is finally awake. But Landjock and Punisher, they decided now is the time to strike. Now could be our moment to catapult into the lead, and this would be great from them. This would be amazing. If they could close that distance, Bacon has created, the pool has created, it would be amazing.
It would be amazing indeed, as they're kind of writing the same exact story that Skelty and Krizik had last game up there on Hype for Bacon. They're 41 HP, trying to find his way, his sneakiness around this area, maybe just get into zone. Silksy on the backside, but no, not able to capitalize on that shot quite yet. Still waiting for him to make the open-ended denial. Bacon able to take the shot there, but Moose was able to reply back with the damage, and now Poyo still trying to look for this frag, and this is the ultimate position where every single one of these teams right now are trying to look for that refresh.
Poyo on the backside, 4 builds remaining, does have the grapple glove, so will be fine. Blocked off by Cool and Yumi. Viable, and Kripus on the other side. Cypher's there, trying to just keep their momentum going. They lost it early on, but they're still there. 5th place, 4th place, 1st place, all here. Everybody else in the top 10. This will be a big game. If 1st place goes down right now, that gap would essentially close from Landjock and Punisher. But Poyo looking every which way, trying to find where they can hide, maybe able to find just a little bit of saving grace on the other side, though. There is a stair they don't own. Shots will go on to them, and unfortunately Poppin gonna take down their Zen teammate Poyo there as Yumi love ahead. What do they find but free pasture?
Nothing but free pastures indeed for Yumi and Cool right now as they're able to stick ahead, able to stick to ground. And now for Cyphers and Defiable, the team trying to make the comeback. Defiable still able to lurk back in the back end with those chug splashes, healing as much as he possibly can. Meanwhile, Landjock and Punisher have been able to take over height. But first place in the lobby of Cool and Yumi are still able to hold their ground here at the moment, looking for every Elim in the back end as possible. Moose right there down below, able to pick up the double. Elim from Defiable alongside in the bottom of the zone. Meanwhile, Cool tries to go for that left side. And now here we go, Clay, as Cool and Yumi are trying to keep down that low ground fights, continue to rain fire out. And now all of the duos left to their own to stick to the battle.
First place trying to make sure that Landjock and Punisher cannot make a run. But Notchins, could play spoiler there for first place as Cheetah's going to go down there to Landjock. Punisher now third place. Squishy going to go down there as well. It's now a 2v2v2. Yumi and Cool in first place. They've gained a lot of points and made sure that if you want to take it from them, you're going to have to elim them. Landjock and Punisher have the high ground. Yumi and Cool running out of builds. They have to hop the low grounds. And Notch look to do the same. Builds not in their favor as well. They're going to get the elims. The Siphon will come through, but Landjock and Punisher putting the pressure down. The HP advantage, yes, they do. Landjock dropping down. Beautiful shot coming through. A 2v2. First place versus third place on the low ground. Landjock looking just to get back up. Punisher, no builds remaining. They do not have the advantage when it comes to the builds, but they have the HP advantage. Landjock on the other side of this edit. Landjock gonna get shot, taken down pretty low. Cool trying to find Punisher. Will find one, trading him out now. Punisher gets some damage down, but what can Landjock do? Can he do it? No! Cool clutches up. He 1v2s for the victory out to secure first place.
Cool and Yumi once again are able to hold down the fortified base of their position in first place, as well as the ultimate run to the top, as they were able to hold on even in the 1v2 scenario there, Clay, as they were like, nah, Landjock Punisher, hold my seat, as they took home the VR. Just an ultimate run.
I am still just so shocked that they were able to pick up their second victory royale and do it in such fashion to deny Landjock and Punisher that. So great elims coming through. They had enough mats. That's ended up being the downfall there for Landjock, as he ended up taking a lot of damage there. Punisher does trade him off, and unfortunately just doesn't get enough damage off there. Only gets him down to about 100 HP, and Landjock just didn't have the HP from Cool shot earlier. So a great victory royale for them. Great second place overall. 6 elims. Second victory royale. I mean, that's the kind of gameplay we want to see on day one.
That's exactly what we've all been waiting for, and they were just like, you know what? 2 VRs sounds good to us, and they were just brought it home, as they were like, 2 easy peasy lemon squeezy, as they were just like, all right, we're gonna hold down our first place spot.
Yeah, with Landjock and Punisher making the longest rotation that game, able to get second. Congrats on that as well. But there's a lot that we need broken down, and of course, there's only 3 people that can do it. It's Apples, it's BenK, and it's Panda.
Thank you so much for throwing it to us, giving us that proper game number 5 here. But it's time. Look, we're not even looking at the leaderboard. All right. I want you all at home to just fester with this. Sit with it for a moment. We are 5 games in. Yumi and Cool have now pretty comfortably secured a lead across the rest of the lobby, especially after that just insanely consistent performance there in game number 5. Game 6 rolls in. What can change? What can be done to even barely match the energy that Cool and Yumi have been able to put out? I'm not sure, but this is going to be exciting. Ben, Apples, here it is. The final game of the day. How do you think this is going to go?
I'll tell you what, Cool and Yumi are finishing day 1 in first place. That's for sure. They are not. Granted, we have not seen the leaderboard quite yet, but still, in my mind, there is no way I could logically reason that these 2 are going to be outside of first place, regardless if they get a 0-point game in game number 6. There's no way they drop out. I don't want to spoil it. We'll see in a minute, but their lead is going to be massive. And the stat I do want to point out, they're the only team within the top 7 right now with a VR. And not just one, but 2 VRs, and they're in first place currently with Their average elims is crazy as well. We'll finally get a look at it here, and oh my goodness, almost a 50-point lead. You got to be kidding me.
This is almost painful to see. These players have been absolutely crazy against everyone else in the lobby that they've been coming up against. I mean, average elim's 5, but they're keeping it up. They're getting their pacing here ready for this next game. And honestly, if I were them, I'd try and W key it all next game because you never know how you're going to be playing tomorrow. You could be having just a bit of an off day. So, I mean, Cool and Yumi, congrats to you guys. You have a 50-point lead almost. There's a couple other players here on this leaderboard as well. We see Zeno and Knack at 106, and there's a bit of a drop-off over after 11th place when 104 bringing down to 97 with Epic Whale and Reeton. I mean, there's a lot of players here. They're also a little bit lower here. I mean, Booga and Caleb at 80 and 20th place. It's going to be a lot of work for these other players to try and make it up to that top 10 tomorrow.
Well, the one thing I do want to mention, the notable team that most of this broadcast has predicted find themselves in 12th place. And the story of that 12th place unfolds here in their placement. So they haven't had more than 4 eliminations in a game, which is not usual for Reet or Epic Whale by any means. Their placement has been 24th, 3rd, 9th, which is when we saw them creep into the top 10 or close to, then 34th and 19th. Somewhere in this mid game, they are struggling. It's that 15 to 20 minute mark in the game where they're not finding their footing. And this is affecting them pretty heavily, especially considering they have a nice mid-map spot. So interesting to see how this is affecting them. But again, remember, Epic Whale, day 2 player, historically, with Reap by his side, I can't imagine we see him outside the top 10. But anything goes here on NA West. It's time, though. Game number 6 is almost underway. The battle bus is getting loaded. We have to throw it to our incredible casters to bring it home.
Thank you so much, Panda, for one last time today. That is, of course, it is myself and Lash. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. We appreciate all y'all hanging out in the chat. It is the final game of day number 1. This will set the pace for tomorrow. It'll set who's going to come out tomorrow winning and who's going to have to come out tomorrow doing even better than that. I don't know how you do better than winning, Lash, but you're going to have to.
I mean, you really gotta stick your foot in the ground and get ready in power position to just hold on the enemies and be able to just push it on forward. And for our prediction of Epic Whale and Reet, I think what is kind of the major issue that we're seeing is that new Storm Surge coming into play. They haven't necessarily experienced it at that top level, considering they did qualify through Qualifier 2. So now we're kind of seeing the major effects that it's bringing.
Yeah, for them, I think they need to focus more on their rotations and making it early. That's when we saw Epic Whale at their best, and that's when we saw Reed at their best. They don't have the vehicles where they're landing now to do it. They do have the launch pads, so I look forward to seeing that. But with it being the final game, a lot is up for grabs right now going into day number 2. It's how you set yourself up for success. If you end outside of the top 10, it's that much harder to get into that first place spot. But if you end within that top 5, it's looking good. And we're hopping into the final game for today, day number 1 of NA West FNCS.
Here we go, dropping in off spawn to one battle that we've seen all day. Defiable, Cyphers versus Dragon, and Elite. Off spawn at the Daily Bugle. Meanwhile, Defiable and Cyphers, after last game, were able to make their way up a little bit more, out from 9th now into 5th. So they're looking good after a successful off spawn. But Kimchi and Remy off to another successful off spawn here, as it's been teeter-tottering back and forth over here at the Sanctuary all day long as well. Both teams around that 30th position, but this could be the game here for Remy and Kimchi to finally kind of make it past that invisible barrier, basically.
I don't know. They make it off spawn, but now what can they do to solidify that? Yumi and Cool landing uncontested on these islands. They do have a team to their north, but not an issue for them. It hasn't been at all these games. What I look forward to seeing from them is how they play tournament management mode. We haven't really seen it from them as much before. I believe last season they were playing a little bit more of an aggressive game rather than just you know, a conservative one there. As we saw Bacon and Zuki's leading here by swap over to a third place team who, again, for some people, this may be a surprise. For others, you just knew it was coming. Eventually, one of these seasons of them coming back to playing together, they were going to find success. And in a season like this is where they thrive. So I look forward to seeing in game number 6, the final game of today, can they do what they've been doing the entire day and play for the utmost consistency?
That would be truly impressive to see, to be quite honest. And especially after placing 12th in last season's finals, this could be their time. And we mentioned earlier as well, where they have been a very consistently known team to be tactically consistent. And around this area, they've definitely been able to prove that as well. But in the meanwhile, speaking of consistently, we've been consistently seeing this off-spawn battle over here at Greasy Grove. And Diego and Crypass, another, I don't want to say surprising, but underrated team, doing very well today here off-spawn at the Greasy Grove. But you gotta be careful around here, because a new team around there, here's that reboot going on.
NA West, reboots are always going to be a thing here. It seems like every single time someone goes down early on in zone number 1, hey, just get a reboot. Get a reboot. And with that change of reboot timers being 5 minutes now, and they're just being much more, it's that much easier. As in the right-hand side of your screen, we'll zoom in. It's going to be Diego Locos, who on this other side is 4th place, has to be careful. This is Salco and Tavern. Tavern on the other side trying to pinch Locos there, but Diego trying to just stay up. They're 4th place. This is a big set of elims that could come through if they get it. Tavern does take a lot of damage, and Diego's trying to capitalize on that, but Salco going to be the one to put the damage down, and Diego says, I don't care that I'm outnumbered here. My teammate may have gone down. I'm going to put the damage down and try to get the eliminations, but it doesn't work. Unfortunately, going to go down to 4th place, and they will likely fall out of the top 5 there. That's not what you want to see coming out of Greasy Grove.
Not at all what you want to see, but a very big kind of shift for Tavern and Salco that may be able to get them out of that slump. Another one of those teams that we're usually kind of used to seeing up there at the top has been very slow to get the kickstart, if you will, here today is in 27th. And now after getting those elims, taking control of Greasy Grove, this could definitely be their game where they're, I guess you could say, able to make the rise to the occasion, essentially.
It's going to be hard, right? That's why there's some of the best at Source and Wale on the other side of this push. Going to catch them off guard. 40-yard, not going to have the edit there. Cost going to be there, but doesn't matter. As literally Wale 2v1ing, while Source was just healing it up. Nice damage coming through. Tony getting a little bit congested here. Everybody seems to come in. House is going up for sale, but nobody wants to buy quite yet. Faz and Snacky taking a look at the market of open availability here. Plenty different people coming in, and they've got the high ground. They're chilling, and with it, I think being center zone for now, they should be good as well. They're going to take down Angel. Nigel really went up, and Snacky and Faz trying to capitalize on this opportunity, but another team beating them to the punch.
All of them just filing in, and this is exactly like the house market now. They're trying to buy, but some of you guys need to rent right now and find a different place of opportunity. As Snacky and Favs are just creeping up a little bit more, closer and closer onto teams like Nigel and co. As without Angel, he's going to have to play a different kind of part around this area, especially with teams like Favs and Snacky, and even like Jay and co. just around that left side, and Source Wale still pushing up that battle. Meanwhile, a crank battle of the likes of Playground in Season 7 is seriously undertaking right on the top building of the Daily Bugle right now. Meanwhile, Cypher's right down there taking a couple, I guess you could say, ego shots, but Defiable now realizing those are no longer warnings, and now they were actual shots of war essentially brewing right now.
This should be big. for Elysian Dragon. Again, they are 3-2 at a loss here right now against Cypress and Defiable. They could even it out, and what a game to even it out in if they did, right? I mean, 5th place coming into the last game for Defiable and Cypress, go down, knocked out of the top 5 going into day number 2 as they started off 1st place coming out of game number 1. What a story that would be. They're trying not to make that happen. Tried to play it slow, but Elysian Dragon proving annoying to them as they just keep backing up and just keep healing up. A shots for Defiable will connect finally.
Slow and
really
low.
Do anything off of it.
Yeah, can't necessarily do much off of that. I mean, slow and low is the patience game, but they want to crank up the heat towards hot right now as the Legion Dragon trying to turn it up to smoking hot right now as they're trying to not necessarily cook pork more less than chicken in this battle as Dragon trying to take the fiery flames of shots at the moment. Meanwhile, Defiable is still here looking for peak shots. And that's all this battle has pretty much become. It's basically a stalemate. Who's going to be able to find the correct peak at the correct time here?
Looks like Cypress takes more damage than they wanted. Doesn't have any shields on them to heal up. Someone Defiable, but Elysian Dragon. A back and forth game of chess. Everybody trying to find that checkmate piece, but Defiable looks a little bit too caught off guard there. Wasn't ready for the spray. Running out of builds as well. So now they have to make the decision. Do we go in or do we back out? This is that measured aggression I was talking about. They're going aggressive as the Elysian Company are going in as well. Nigel, this is how 40R got eliminated by Wale, and Source ended up taking down Nigel as well. Elims could have came through there. This is Wale taking down Angel. Beautiful. Elims coming through.
They were able to clutch up there. Of course, off spawn there in the moments. And picking up massive Elims as well. Like Angel and Nigel getting taken over at the Battle of Coney. As in the midst of it all, they were just able to take over in that matter of time. And we are truly seeing the realm of aggression coming through now. Dragon getting the knockdown on the Elim feed onto Cypress. Elige able to pick up that finish as well. So we take a look right there on our right side here, Clay. This is where now we get to see Dragon and Elige. They're now starting to make it even 3-3 here.
Elim came through as we hopped away. Defiable. Just trying to capitalize on it. Won't get it with the 2-shot shotgun. Beautiful play there. It's going to take a lot of damage onto Dragon as well. Defiable playing the waiting game will ultimately almost capitalize on it, but not going to be able to do so. Dragon evens out the score, so they'll start the day tomorrow 3-3. And now Dragon has to try to get a reboot onto Elige, taking down 5th place.
Full on even in the placements as we get a replay here of how exactly Cypress went down. Unfortunately, just wasn't aware of the placement stop of his floor and just got dropped down just via the SMG spray coming through by both of those players. And Dragon and Elige were just patient enough to come away with those Elims, and honestly, just a tremendous off-spawn. And like you mentioned, 3-3 now, and both teams are essentially upping the ante even more. As Cypress and Defiable, they are up in the leaderboard essentially right now. But for this game of Dragon and Elige now alive, they're going to be able to maybe creep up a little bit more.
What an interesting back and forth. They're even, but the team on top ended up getting 5th place overall coming into this game, which just taking a look at it is very surprising in the grand scheme of it all because, right, you're even contested off spawn. So they've only essentially played 3 games and they are fully out and they've made it to top 5. So those games were amazing. Move over to Delphi and Critics, who 14th place. They were at their highest 8th place, trying to get Keto eliminated here. They got one of his teammates there, I believe Rezo, unfortunately, Keto's giving them a run for their money. It's just constantly getting out. Krizik's going to take a lot of damage, and this is what you have to do if you're solo. Just try to put the damage on down. And honestly, Krizik's and Jelty are not capitalizing on a solo right now, and that is concerning to see. The zone's going to pull more towards the water, more towards the statue. If you're not landing Sanctuary today, unfortunately, it's not looking good. As Jelty almost goes down, and Krizik's yoinks them away. The Siphon would have been better. Actually, fine, it went on to Krizik's because of the HP they had, but Jelty down to 5 HP.
That is just straight up rough, to be honest, as he got big pump from both of those shots, just raided on through as he couldn't necessarily handle it. And here we go, Clay, again, another water zone. What is it about the side here today that every single one of these zones is like, nah, we're going islands and sanctuary. Yeah, let's go right there. I like that.
I am just not sure about these zones today for NA West. Watching EU and NA East, and they were all kind of middle of the map for NA East. For EU, we had our usual southern and northern zones back and forth, but for NA West, it's been Sanctuary. It's been this island area. So I'll be interested to see tomorrow where we start off and how we go, because for the teams landing Sanctuary, they should be performing very well as Yomi and Geo look to capitalize on this player. Unfortunately, rotating a little bit too late. I believe that's going to be Moose and Nitty not having the best of games today. Moose does get healed back up with those chug flashes, though. Nitty trying to make a play there. Moose making one as well. Shots come through, but Moose just takes way too much damage there. We'll be able to go back up, but Nitty finds Yomi caught off guard, popping a flopper there. Does get it onto him, but doesn't take it.
Just not able to leave it out in the open. Yumi needs to find these shots, and now Yumi getting taken out by a third party. Moose and Biddy left to their own out there in the Stormers. Now they have to beware as well. And now Krizux and Yelty down in the feed. Same thing with Mecton. Jeffers going down as well. Huge elims already popping out in the feed, as now players are really not letting Storm Surge essentially body them around right now, and plenty of teams are trying to make that rebound back into the placement measures essentially right now. And all of these teams on this outer edge of zone are going to have to make their way moving in very shortly here as this zone kind of pushes its way towards the foundation statue at the moment. And for Tautai and Beast, they are one of these teams that is semi-safe, especially with the many other players around this area as well. As they're kind of in the not the greatest position, but still able to keep themselves decently safe.
Decently, right? I mean, let's just take a look at this map. Overall, it's mostly water. I mean, we're essentially playing half and half out zone right now, but the storm half is water, right? You're going to have to really just guess on where this zone's going to go. And if you don't, well, it's just going to be very hard for you to rotate. My guess is that it does pull to this island right here, and we will see a lot more players rotate through. And then it'll pull to the north from here, go back up towards those ruins. But we'll have to wait to see how it plays out. With only 60 players up, Storm Surge is still active. We've seen, again, it's a lot more aggressive in hopes of thinning out those lobbies, forcing these players to play a different play style. And as we've seen Lash, it's been very successful.
It has been very successful indeed for so many of these players. It's been a quick adaptation almost, especially being able to, I guess, tailor to their play style of constantly being able to have that aggressiveness in their back pocket where they're like, all right, Storm Surge is up. That gives us a reason, essentially, to fight. And Faz and Snacky have been one of those teams that has been able to rain out successful. As you can already see here, they're in the rain for another fight. This being against Mitty and Moose at the moment. They're trying to necessarily take those peak shots at the moment. They don't need the Storm Surge. They just want that elim, and they know Mitty and Moose, from once in the back end of zone, we're now a little bit, I guess, down bad in that position. But both teams going to go their separate ways, at least for the time being, because very shortly here, they're going to have to maybe shift on over for a bit of rotation.
As Lamau and Sokies, my apologies there, getting an elim. We'll will take a moment to breathe as everyone else fighting around the map. They don't have a lot of ammo to work with, but the ammo they do have is going to be quite powerful. Epic and legendary quite across the board. It's going to be Vanillas on the other side. Looks like they took down Wavy, or sorry, it's going to be Wavy Jake on the other side. Looks like they took down Vanillas. I am excited to see how this game ends out. I hope everybody in chat watching along is excited as well. Epic Whale and Reet right there, middle of your screen. Batman, Booga, Caleb, Bacon, and Zuki's still here. One healing to their name. We know that even though they don't have a lot to work with now, it's not an issue. They can clutch. They can capitalize. They can make this work for them. The zone pulling not to the island I thought about. This is going to make it that much more difficult because that statue is there. Players can use it to rotate. For high ground, that gets that much more complicated. So whoever takes it now really has to be ready to hold it for the entire game.
It's basically an entire lobby of launch pads just heading towards your face, or everybody kind of coming towards your whole embodiment of high ground, because that also gives that opportunity for players to base up there down in the bushes or even up there on the very top rock. So with everyone kind of pushed and smushed together, you have teams like Zio, Hoyo, all around there down trying to, I guess, scooch their way in, as they don't necessarily want to make too much noise. They don't want to be like a firework kind of crackling all around. They want to be a little sprinkler just kind of fizzling out, like sneaking by around the left side. Meanwhile, they're just able to just, stay right in there and then be able to make the big boom as the zones continue to move on through.
Third place from consistency and a great game from them in second. That game, that is. Third overall. Saki and Fab, sixth overall. Look for some tags that they don't need. And now zone going to be right where they were shooting. Going to the statue lash. And I don't know how many players remember daily bugle zones. I don't know how many players remember the volcano zones of long ago. Chapter 1 map. But that is reminiscence there. Everybody's going to be flying. Everybody is going to be try to be soaring. Maybe even steamy stacks for those most recent. I'm excited. I am ready. I want to see who takes high ground, because it's going to be a fight.
It's going to be a fight, and just like this for Salty and Aiden here in 13th spot, they're going to be able to take down Epic higher. But in the midst of the battle, Bobby Brown there in 14th. So not only do they take down a team below them on the standings, but they're going to be able to capitalize on this revive and the refresh there in that mid-ground layer. So now everybody trying to make the rotates up here towards that foundational rock from the east to the west. Every single one of these teams is now trying to push up north, and right now it's getting mighty cold, quite frigid around this area. And now they're starting to get that frostbite a little bit, as for many of these teams, they're trying to really make it out of here and get up to that warm weather, as essentially a scaling for many of these teams, and trying to, I guess you could say, find that little bit of opportunity to try and sneak through in the meanwhile.
Jacob not able to make it on that rotation. Zuki's with Bacon, but look at how low HP they are. Into zone they go, but not a lot of heals remaining, and this is where we separate those that win FNCSs from those that don't, as they are not in zone here. Zuki is taking zone damage, has to try to build up just to get in. Zone's going to go towards Sanctuary to the west. Elam's coming through. Unfortunately, Zuki's and Bacon going to be found out there. That's going to be Remy up above. They have to get out. They have to edit together. Zuki's trying to make a play towards zone, but realizes they can't. Bacon cannot take that much zone damage. And look who is on the high ground. Look who has it right now. It's Cool and it's Yumi. They have sat here the entire game. They have waited. I said if it comes to them, there's no reason they should not win this game, and that is what is happening. Cool and Yumi using the statue, what is left of it, to try to rotate through first place. They go down now. It's up for grabs.
It's up for grabs if they go down, but that's just a matter of who's going to be able to essentially touch ground right now, because you can see everybody taking off to the skies. Not a single one left by except for winning and Moose there in the back end as they're just trying to maybe scramble alive. But speaking of scrambling, it's going to be Zuki's and Aiken here in second place right now. 26 HP left to Slivers. Zuki's needs to find the time to be able to get back up towards that little bit of S scale at the moment. And now he's just trying to move along, but Bacon is going to end up falling. Meanwhile, Zio here in fourth place, down in the backside, able to pop that med mist as well. But Punisher right in front of them in the leaderboard scale in third place at the moment. 11 builds to the name. And now, at the moment, for Punisher, it's all about how well he can keep himself moving and grooving alive. And speaking of that, Yumi is still on a live of Sliver, 21 HP Clay.
Epic Whale going to be one to take down Cool. They want to catapult themselves up to that top 5. Yumi, like you said, has a sliver of HP. Fabs is going to go down. Snacky only left alive. It seems like our top 5 is all solos right now. Not seeing many duos as Fabs will fall to on one Punisher. Trying to make something happen. Can't punish anybody when you don't have any builds. We'll find a rock. Give him some saving grace there, but with 10 builds remaining, there's not really much you can do. Has to try to find something. We'll find a shotgun. Will actually help him in this low build scenario.
It'll help him a little bit as he tries to find the peak around that left side. Finds Jake, but can't quite capitalize on it here. 6 builds. Looks for that final shot. Finds a player here in the back end. That's going to be Trap. Can't necessarily find the final shots, though, as now Trap's able to capitalize on that Elim here. So Trap able to move in, but only on that 20 HP mark. Yumi still in that similar position here. 21 HP remaining along with that shield. So 121 total effective HP at the moment. Meanwhile, Snacky, the solo, out of the duo, still alive and Reek as well. A solo, no, a duo, completely combined back. It appears they have been able to find their correct position at the moment. But builds are running low here, Clay, for many teams as well.
Running low, but not as low as Yumi's HP. 11 total HP there. 83 shield. Reek going to go down. What can Epic Whale do? Moose going to be the one to do it. Zeno up above. Confirmation on Reek will fall through. And like you said, there's a lot of solos left. Notch in the back of zones. We'll find Epic Whale, but can they find the elimination? K-Nox going down the zone. Batman, Booga, and Caleb trying to look to take high ground. Moose and Midi finally making it into an in-game. This is what we wanted to see for them. This could give them the momentum for tomorrow. Yumi looks to go down, and Moose will take him down. 80 limbs now for them, making their way on through the leaderboard, trying just to secure a top 10 there. On the other side, the Moose trying to dodge on Alpha Crier, going to be the one to do it. Epic Whale down to 13 HP will fall. We'll take down actually by Crier and Yasir, who have had a very rough game. Elam's just coming through for them, though. Batman Boog on the other side will be taken down. They are running through the low ground right now, and it's a high ground versus low ground. It's Notch and Zeno versus Crier and Kevin, it seems like, on the low ground there. Crier and Yasir, my apologies. Again, they have not had the best of games. They have not come out on top of Zeno and Notch. 4th place look to try to close the distance going into game number 7 tomorrow, day number 2. Crier, the high ground take, will not be able to do it. The damage is not coming through. Notch takes a little bit of fall damage there. Builds are not in their favor. They're going to lose it here. Looks like Crier does get the cone off. Zeno trying to find their partner, trying to get back. Crier and Yasir have the high ground. Notch going to get taken down pretty low. Will they find him? Yes, they will. Zeno already down. That's the Elim for them. 8 eliminations, no 9. And the victory out to end it on the day.
What a play to come away with that final game as well, as they were able to take the fight to Zeno and Notch in those final moments as well, to pull away with the VR, as it seemed like all Zeno and Notch's game. But as Krior and Yasser were able to bring the fight, brought the big pump shots in those final moments, a huge chance, an uptick for them heading into tomorrow as well.
We are chasing him down here at the M to finalize the victory out. The final one of the day. Game number 6 will go over to Eastern Korea. 9 eliminations. And what a way to end today's games. What a final moment slash. It has been amazing. It has been nonstop action here today for NA West.
Nonstop action for all of these teams. You know what has been a consistency? High ground that has came out on top all throughout the day. So it has been truly exciting to see an amazing day 1 of action casting alongside you, Clay.
Yep, thank you so much to everybody joining us here for day number 1. If you don't know, this is Lash. My name's Clay Sailing, and we will be seeing you tomorrow because we're throwing it one last time back to the desk where Apple, Ben K, and Panda will break it all down for you.
Thank you. Two of the best casters anybody could ask for. Appreciate you, Clay. Appreciate you, Lash. Make sure at home, go follow them if you don't already. Follow them on all socials. Follow them on Twitch. Wherever you can find them, follow them because they are two incredible people, just like these people right next to me as we break down these final moments. We get ready to see who actually came out on top. And I think there's a clear winner as far as first place goes, but all these other places are pretty close.
Definitely is. We saw a lot of clutch plays there in that last game, and we'll actually get to take a look. And as we talked about, cool, yummy, still locking down first place. Almost a 60-point lead going into day number 2. That is unheard of. Absolutely crazy performance coming out from these two. 26 eliminations on the day as well. Not to mention, you see Bacon and Zooks holding down that second place position. Landjock and Punisher as well, taking that third place spot. But something to point out as well, Reet and Epic shooting their way back up into the top 10, and Faz and Snacky still locking it down within the top 10. So it'll be interesting. Day number 2 is shaping up to be a very interesting day as Cool and Yummy are going to look to hold onto that lead for as long as they can.
Yeah, definitely something interesting to point out here that there's only 2 teams here in the top 10 that have a victory royale, and there's a lot of other players here that have just been getting up to the top with the limbs alone and a bit of placement score. So Crypass and Diego Locos, they've been really bringing it all. We got 23 eliminations and keeping it up with that only 76 placement points. Definitely a bit of a comparison right below them at 11 eliminations. So it's just definitely a kind of balancing act that you need to see if you can make it into that top 10.
It really is a balancing act, but day 1 is a balancing act in itself. A lot of these teams now know what they need to do to be successful here going into day 2, but will they be able to implement it? Will we see the kings of NA West rise again in Snacky and Fabs? Will we see Epic Whale and Reet, the powerhouse duo that we expected to do so well on the day, have a better day 2? All those questions and more will be answered tomorrow as the NA West Watch Party comes back to you for the FNCS Finals. But until then, go follow Ben K. Go follow Applesauce on all socials. Again, they are incredible people. I appreciate you guys being here. But that's it from us. Take care, everyone, and peace.